Yeah, come back on with the new name.
Join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I
pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America,
And
to the republic which stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mark Russell. First order of business this morning is to approve the minutes as of Monday, November the 18th. I think we've all had an opportunity to take a look at them.
I move to approve.
Okay, Fred is so moved to approve.
Second.
Tom is second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried 5-0. Consent agenda. This is moved to approve the consent agenda as submitted. We have 11 tax abatements to the treasurer's tax roll, an amount of $5,187.48. Entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Now that Karen explained it to me, I approve. I'll
Okay.
make a motion.
All right, Tom has moved. Entertain a second.
Second.
Cody is second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried 5-0. Under miscellaneous motions, I think we've had 3 of them there. Move upon the recommendation, emergency management coordinator and approval of the county attorney as to form, move to approve and direct the chairman to sign the signature of concurrence page for November 2019 Coffee County contingency plan for the incidents involving commercial nuclear power.
I'll move.
Bob has moved. Entertain a second.
I'll second.
Fred is second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried 5-0. Upon the recommendation of the Emergency Preparedness Coordinator and approval of the county attorney as to form, move to approve and direct the chairman to sign 12 cover sheets regarding revisions to the November 2019 Coffee County contingency plan implementing procedures for incidents involving commercial nuclear power.
I'll move.
Bob moved. Entertain a second.
Second.
Cody second. Any discussion?
Do we need to read those over? or-
I'm sorry.
Do we know what those say? Do we need to read those over, or?
So they're the primary things are changes, like, so we send them into the state and we send them into FEMA and they're like, oh, we'd like you to change this word to that, or there aren't any major changes, like a lot of us name changes, changing the JIC to the JMC, from the Joint Information Center to the Joint Media Center. Change Lyon County Reception Center to Appropriate Reception Center. So it's fairly benign changes, and it's about, the whole thing's about that thick. So if you want to read it, you are absolutely welcome to read it.
I was just curious. I have not been involved in it before.
Right.
So. Okay.
You are absolutely welcome to come review it anytime you want. We try and give you in your boxes, like for the drills, we give you the Cliff Notes versions.
Okay.
But the whole thing, if we print it all out, it'd be at least one 3-inch, 3-ring binder probably.
Any other discussion?
No.
If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried 5-0. Next one is move to reappoint Steve Hawkins, District 5, as a member of the Coffee County Hospital Board to a 3-year term effective January 1st, 2020, and ending January 31st, 2022.
December 31st, 2022.
Okay, correct that, December 31st, 2022. I'm just saying if you pay attention, I guess. Entertain a motion to approve, reappoint Steve.
Guess I'll make that motion. I mean, like there's four out of the 9 are from my district, but he's been on there, and he's one of them we put on, hopefully make a lot of changes, so I'll move to reappoint him.
Okay, Bob is so moved.
I'll second.
Fred is second, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried 5-0. At 9:05, and that's where we're at, Steve Cox. Scheduled to be here, personal property tax, and my understanding is Steve was in last Thursday and paid everything up in full. Okay. And I did visit with Steve last week, and he said he would be in, and I said, well, you're more than certainly welcome to come in and take care of that, and also certainly welcome to attend the meeting if you wanted to. So, evidently, everything is
I was not notified.
everything evidently satisfied to move on. Karen, we're early. Are you prepared for
Yep.
your information for us for the tax sale that you're working on?
I am. I just wanted to give you a heads up of where we stand. I have turned it over to Clinda Osterman. I turned it over on 11/20. As you know, we started out with 71 properties. We're down to 23 properties. And I wanted to let you know that we've collected over $200,000 in delinquent tax money, well, in tax and interest, since I sent the letters out. So that was all I had.
That's a huge position in the right direction, isn't it?
It is.
So that 200,000 you brought in, how current did that get them?
Some of them are up through 2015, some are through 2016, and some were through 2017. I looked at what type of property they were, whether they were empty lots, blighted properties, commercial property, or residential. So that was just getting them up. It didn't necessarily bring them current, but they all know. I've spoke to, I would say 99% of them. I talked to them, and I let them know that you are looking at doing a yearly tax sale, and that before the first of next September, they need to at least have another year taken care of, so that hopefully they can start. And some of them did bring them completely current, so.
To me, they ought to have the responsibility to bring them totally current, but evidently the statute doesn't require
No,
that.
statute says they have to be within a certain time limit to keep them from being on the tax sale, and, you know, I think as long as we're collecting money here, we're coming out ahead, and I think that's saving our taxpayers, they're getting to keep their property, so I think it's a win-win.
So at what point does the 23 become where they have to pay current or have a sale? Once you gave it to this company?
I gave it to them, and they said that would happen as soon as they filed that, I believe they called a skeleton petition is what they called it. Once they file that, then everything will have to be brought up current on those
Unless
properties.
those 23 come in right away, they're all gonna have to be up current.
Well, and from now on, I'm having them contact that attorney's office. I mean, I'm working with the attorney's office with numbers and everything, but if they wanna pay, because I don't know what steps the attorney's at, but I just wanted to let you know that that's what we ended up turning over, so I think we're headed in the right direction.
The firm that we retained in that much reduction, are they still gonna continue to work with us as we originally planned? Because to me, there's probably more payment coming in than what I expected, and maybe what they expected.
Well, I would think you signed an agreement
Yeah,
with
I
them.
realize.
Agreement with them.
I fully realize we got an agreement signed in place, but I didn't expect it to come down that much, and they probably didn't either, although maybe that's a common thing too. So,
Yeah,
yes, we've got a signed contract.
Yeah, I don't know, but like I said, that's what it was signed off on, so that's, I assume they are
Okay.
held in place.
Karen,
so.
appreciate you coming in and giving us a great update. Those are updates we like to hear about.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I asked Donna to slip out to, see if Wayne would be available a little bit early, because we are running 15 minutes early right now.
Heather's gonna have him come on up.
Okay. While we're waiting here for a little bit for Wayne to show up, Angie, do you have anything? Guess it's pretty early to do a roundtable, but do you have anything you're gonna be bringing up today that you're aware of?
Not that I can think of at the moment, but I could have you sign these if you'd like for me.
Okay,
Do we have to wait till 10:10 for the?
Yes,
Yes, for that
because we
one.
have to send out letters
That's
to
when
all
it's
of
posted,
those.
yeah.
Mhm.
I guess I have something.
yeah, I'm gonna go around the room. Fred, do you have anything you wanna, that you're aware of, Tom?
Well, this letter we all got from,
Okay,
I don't know, do we need to read through it thoroughly, or do we need to contact the hospital, or?
you know, I don't know what their procedures would be on that, and that may be something that, our county attorney ought to advise us on, the letter that, you know, the hospital's been involved with Mr. Dwayne Jones. And the only thing I've seen is what we've got here in front of
Well,
us.
here's a letter to Mr. Hernandez at CEO of the hospital.
Yeah.
I heard a little bit about this, and I'll be honest with you, I don't think it's any of our business at this stage of the game.
And the way I look
We
at
have
it.
a hospital board.
The way I look at it, to me, it probably ought to be the hospital board taking care of it.
Okay.
Now, if it gets beyond that, you know, maybe we need to get involved and have the county attorney be involved with us, but I gotta agree with Bob.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody else have any thoughts on it or not, but to me, the issue should be between Mr. Jones and the hospital board.
Hospital board, okay, I agree, okay.
I did want to mention that he had called my office to leave his phone number. He said that he had tried to contact hospital board members and, he was hung up on by one of them, and so, but I have his number if any of you would like it, so.
My thought is, we just need to let the hospital handle it through the procedures that they need to be working through.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I contacted the chairman of the hospital board to make them aware of what was going on. And, so they know that he's contacted the commission, and she said that it's being handled, so.
It's been handled, okay, all right. Appreciate that information, so hopefully that is behind us and behind the hospital board, so. Tom, do you have anything else that you might wanna be bringing up?
I'll wait.
Wait till a little bit. Bob, do you have anything?
No.
'Cause we're gonna be here quite a bit of the time today with signing vouchers, so. Cody, are you aware of anything that?
No.
And I personally don't have anything as of right now, other than next Tuesday and Wednesday, we got our very special drill that's gonna be graded by FEMA, so we'll need to be there early next Tuesday morning. Donna, did you have anything early on?
The only thing that I can see is next Monday from 2 to 4, Maryland Stores retirement party, if you're available to be here for that.
Okay, and that reminds me, we got a retirement deal for what, Ed Taylor this afternoon?
Yes.
At 4?
Yeah, 4 to 6.
4 to 6?
It's 2 to 4, isn't it?
I thought it was 1,400.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
1400
Yeah.
is 2 o'clock.
Okay, it is
Oh.
14, yeah, it'd be 2.
2 to 4.
2 to 4. Ironic, I just pulled that up, see.
Yeah, I just seen that.
Don, I did want to mention one other thing. I wanted to thank you guys for all of your help to the Thanksgiving dinner last Friday, and the employees and other department heads and elected officials that assisted. It was great day and a lot of great help at the end, so.
It looked to me like everything went real well, it was well planned. I know I left fairly quickly after the dinner, I wasn't feeling the best in the world, so I know we all absolutely appreciate everybody set up for it, everybody prepared for it, and of course, everybody tears down. It takes a teamwork to make it work, so.
Cody and I didn't get the stain out of the floor, but we tried.
What'd you say, Tom?
We didn't get that stain out of the floor, but we tried, so.
Here's Russell. That needs a signature right there. the one at Russell.
I think I got them on.
Okay, I'll double check.
So I guess if we got time, every Monday I make it a point to visit Rhonda down there at Economic Development. I'd like to see us start moving at filling that position. I don't know, I have the latest job description somewhere, but I'm thinking, or my thinking is, I should say, that, I would like to see us move toward, like what the city of Chanute has. I haven't read their job description as of yet, but developmental director that could handle, the property maintenance code as well as economic development. What that job description is, I'll get that from the city of Chanute. I don't know, just the longer we sat here, I mean, I just really think we need to be reinvesting in our community somewhat. And that would be one way of doing that.
If we could retain the right person to accomplish two of those goals, you know, we all realize how much Coffee County's got going for us, but we also need the right person out there to promote our county.
Understand, and then she also did say that she had a person contact the office about the Shopco building. They got a client interested in it, and I told her to relay the message that we do have incentives throughout for county, because she was informing me of grants and such that economic development does offer, so I gave her permission to go ahead and contact them and say there's some things we can do for them, so.
There's a lot of square footage there. And I understand the
31,000.
building needs some work done on it, but then again, it'd be great to get another business in there.
It would be awesome. 31,000 square feet, I believe it is, so.
So I appreciate what you're working on, appreciate Rhonda bringing you up to date and keeping us informed on everything.
Again, I don't know, like I say, I'd really like to see us move forward on getting somebody in that position. I mean, if you don't agree with the property management maintenance code deal, that's fine. I mean, I'll take it from another angle, I guess. You know, somebody in that position, take kind of the stress off Rhonda, if you will. So,
I know the handout that you passed out here 3 or 4 weeks ago, I haven't taken time to review that. Maybe all of us need to take a look at that, because I know that's what Tom is shooting for, is to combine those two responsibilities together.
you know, starting a business, I mean, I constantly reinvested in my business to get it to where it is today. I didn't just, you know, keep the old vehicles around. I mean, I've got some older ones, but I mean, we try and keep things up where we look like you want us on your property doing your work. And I think if we want investors to come into Coffee County and or Burlington, any of the cities, we need to invest in those cities to make it look like we're a community worth investing in.
Yeah.
Not trying to create nirvana here, but we can't just let it keep sliding. I don't believe, in my opinion. Not gonna remedy it all, but if we could remedy some.
Yeah. You take a new prospective business, whether it's somebody for Shopco or somebody else for another building, whatever it may be, those prospects, they can look at the website and see everything Coffee County's got going. But the most important part of that, they want to do business with somebody's face and deal directly with a person or persons.
Right.
And right now, Rhonda's there, and she can accomplish a lot of that, but probably can't do all
Well,
of
and
it.
she said she didn't really feel comfortable, you know, doing some of it. Most of it she's comfortable with, but I think she'd like to see us move forward.
Yeah.
And I would too, so.
Okay,
And there's several companies I wish to contact on that list that she gave me last week, so.
There's 11 more of these for you.
Oh, there is?
Yeah.
Use some F and firewood. It doesn't matter what they're called. They have jobs to do.
So would anybody not be in favor of someone to enforce property maintenance codes? I mean, like I said, if we just start it throughout the county, and if the city wants to participate with this particular individual, then at that time they can do their percentage as we discussed before, of helping pay for this individual.
I don't, speaking for myself, I don't think any of us would have any objections to it. It's just something we gotta explore and discover and see what, see what will fit for us. There's there's nothing wrong with ever looking at new ideas and new directions, so.
Well, we got the smaller communities, Agricola, Jacobs Creek, quite a few more, but, ones that come to mind right off the bat, that, if we make those presentable for somebody from Lyon County or even Franklin County to wanna move in there, that type of thing. Kinda the way I'm looking at it. 'Cause I know Rhonda's got some properties out at Jacobs Creek she's wanting help with getting rid of. They're still in the discussion phase, if you will.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning, Wayne. We're running a little ahead of schedule, so we're ready
Okay.
for your presentation.
I love that gavel. That's really nice.
Be careful, might give you a pretty good headache too.
Pretty long handle. I think you could reach out there. I spoke with Mr. Murphy. He said no problem at this point. He'll give me a call if there's something that comes up. And Murphy's Murphy Ag up there at Lebo. And that's just that ongoing road problem for that road that we constantly work with. So just a heads up there. And I did speak with Morris this morning, explained our position. And so, it's not a safety issue at this point, but it's something that immediately we're not addressing. So, and that's over at 18th and Yearland for anybody else. No road permits, no zoning permits, and review of award of culverts. And what I have is, if you bear with me a little bit here. Try to find it. Here it is. Here it goes on it. Ain't y'all need to sign in?
Yep.
Come on, Whitney. All right, so as we were reviewing the bids, I know I left those points, those two locations blank on the motion. So at this point, I would ask that if we could fill that in, and what we'd fill that in is, the recommendation would be the low bid, and that's J&J Drainage. And J&J Drainage was $57,918.84. Wellburn Sales was $61,375.30, and Metal Culverts Inc. was $64,732.10. So low bid is J&J, so we'd like to award to J&J, and for the sum of $57,918.84. And that would come from the Special Bridge Fund.
Is that delivery as needed, or is that?
That'd be delivery. They deliver all of it as they get the shipment in. They'll make sure they have full loads.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know if you were,
No.
we were needing them in a timely manner, or.
More of a stockpile.
Okay.
We do have a seasonal or a stockpile of pipes that we keep, and so that would be to bring our stock back up. So that's where it would be at.
Okay, Wayne's got a motion before us, 2019-48, based on the recommendation of county engineer. Move to find that the bid for assorted culvert pipe be awarded to J&J Drainage Products Company as the best bid, and to purchase same for the sum of $57,918.84 to be paid from the Special Bridge Fund.
I'll move.
Fred has moved, entertain a second.
Second.
Tom is second, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carried 5-0.
Thank you. The next one is, work that needs to be done is we have to post bridges occasionally. Now, for overall, we have, compared to a lot of others, we have less bridges posted than a lot of other counties that have, because we do have, our bridges are in fairly good shape. But we did have 2 bridges. What KDOT's doing is they're doing a reevaluation. They're going through and selecting bridges within our county, and they're selecting a certain number. This last number, I believe, was 30, is what they had selected. And through that, as they go through the file, and they go through the design, and then they apply the new criteria that they have for bridge postings according to the federal guidelines, federal highway. And so with that is these bridges would require to be posted. And so that's where we're at. So I have to correctly post them is to go through resolution for the commission to approve it. So as they are posted, then at that point they can be enforced accordingly. So it's basically, we're taking care of that requirement. I also, is once I've given notice, or once I was given notice, then they have 4 weeks to get posted. And so that's the need for us to go ahead and keep moving forward on this one. So they identified 2 bridges that would need to be posted, and so that's what we have before you today, is approving of that resolution. The resolution, I have 2 copies. This is pretty much standard. These are ones that we've used multiple times before. I checked with Angie on the resolution number. 655G is the number that we agreed to. That would be the next number. And so what this is going to require is the commission to sign the document, and Angie and Wade. And so this is the resolution that was going
What
before.
bridges are those? And what are we posting them to?
That's in the resolution. I'd be glad to visit with you on those.
That's why I asked.
Bridge 103 and 122?
Yeah.
Okay, where's 103?
Well, one's over there on 12th Road, if I may. I guess I'll bring these back. Yeah, 12th, between, it's C.4, so that's Contour going east, almost a half a mile. You know where it's, okay. The other one's over on Emmer, just south of Leroy. It's 3.9, so 3rd Road, go up almost to 4th Road. And that's 122.
Emmer,
How much restriction are they putting on those 2 roads?
South of Gridley.
Yeah,
South of Gridley.
I was gonna say,
South of Gridley.
I
Thank
went over to
you.
Emmer, but I can't get over to Leroy.
What's that one gonna be posted at?
Well, what they are is the posting's gonna be 22, 43, 43, so, what you have is to,
For both
give
of
you.
them?
No, the other one's 23, 43, 43. So kinda give you an idea what that means is, this is a new chart that KDOT actually is coming up with. When we have, majority of all of our postings is the, 3 truck symbol. Now, what's the problem with that is a lot of folks will see that first truck and they think, well, that's only 2 axles. Well, that's not the case. And I can pass this around, this only copy I have, I'll be glad to pass it around. The first truck, a lot of people that gets this confused, it's kinda like, okay, but the folks that are driving should know, what that means. But the first truck is actually, what it means is anything that is a single unit. So a single unit's like a bus, it could be a delivery truck, it could be a cement truck, it's a single unit. Could even be a trash truck. It could be also a dump truck that has multiple axles. You can have more than 1 axle. But what they're saying at that point is the maximum load for that vehicle is 23 tons. Okay, regardless of the wheel configuration, it's 23 tons. That is what they're calling out. So, since the bridge was rated to be less than 27 ton, it needs to be posted. Okay. Now, we do this underneath the federal guidelines. We basically are also doing this for our own protection. You'll hear folks say, well, now you're basically, by posting it, you're also helping your liability as far as if there was any damage to the structure due to an overweight. That's, part of it too, but I don't look at it that way. I look at it to say, if we can get all of our bridges to a point in which they can handle legal limits, that's where we need to be, more than anything else. The second truck, as you see on that list, or the second number, is the 43 ton. 43 ton would mean basically where you'd have a truck that pulls a trailer. And so that, now once again, you can have multiple axles, you can have drop axles on those, but they're saying a truck that pulls a trailer is the second number, and that is the 43 ton. And then the last one is the 3x3, and what that is basically you have a truck unit, a trailer, and a trailer. They're pulling extra. So they're saying at that point, that way that bridge would be loaded or rated is no vehicle over 43 ton would be able to go over that structure legally. And then there's a whole series of enforcement. If you go from this is the Highway Patrol, you go to the website, they'll tell you about axles, loads, weighting, and different things like that. So there's a lot to it. There's a lot to it. But what we're doing is posting to follow the federal guidelines, also KDOT to basically to follow their regulations accordingly as well. And so this is what we are required to do. So
the one on Emmer's 43 ton, and the one on 12th is what?
at the maximum, it's 43. What you're really looking at a lot of times is maybe the first one there, Bob. On Emmer, it's 22 is going to be your first truck. So, like if you're dealing with
22 ton on Emmer?
yes, sir. So you can be dealing like with a bus or cement truck is things that basically are constantly used on that. So your cement truck could not exceed 22 ton at that point. 12th Road, 23 ton, so on.
I guess my question is, the one on Ember, that's a pretty well traveled road. We have a lot of oil tankers, and you have farmers down in there that use that. Should that bridge be replaced instead of posted?
No, at this point, that posting is just slightly underneath what the legal limit would allow. The legal is 27 ton. We have, it would definitely be something that needs to be considered whenever we're starting to post these structures, that we need to be looking at these structures to be higher as far as in the replacement list. So I would agree with what your analysis there would be, Bob. But yes, ultimately, we want to get our bridges, we want to get our structures to a point where they're not posted or needing to be posted. But as I say, it wasn't posted prior to this, but when they had done the bridge analysis, the bridge evaluation, the load ratings onto it, then it does require us to post it now today. And so that's where we're at.
How many bridges out of the 30 we currently have that's already posted? Just a rough guess.
You're gonna ask me on that. I'm gonna say that we don't have, probably, and I'd hate to give you these type of numbers, but overall, we have less than probably 10% of our bridges that are posted. And I would say that would be a pretty fair statement, within our county. So, we're looking pretty good as far as that, requirement.
Okay, Wayne's got a motion before us, 2019-51, request approval for resolution number 655G, establishing the weight limitations on certain bridges countywide. Entertain a motion that's so moved.
I go back to that, I have a problem that we're starting to limit some of our major roads right down in that area.
Is this something we need to do a little more review on?
No,
Wayne?
sir. I have to stand back on this one. This is a requirement from the state.
All right.
And so there is no option
Okay.
here. We can discuss basically the need to replace bridges, and we can definitely have that discussion, and one I think we need to have. But as far as posting requirements, this is mandated by the state.
Okay,
I'll make the motion.
okay, sounds like we need to go ahead and move ahead, and then we can address it at a later date. We got Thomas so moved. Entertain a
Okay.
second.
Second.
Cody is second. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
I
Opposed? Motion carried 5-0.
Okay. I appreciate you working with me on it, and once again, I'd be glad to have that, more detailed discussion to which we need, because we need to be looking at our full infrastructure.
Sounds like we need to do some more discovery, moving ahead on our.
I believe it's definitely a bigger conversation when we're trying to look at our bridges, but I do take that in effect, basically as a factor for replacement of our bridges, as far as anything that's posted.
None of these were involved in our,
Bridge deck analysis.
yeah,
No. Mm-mm.
should they have been?
I
Sounds
don't
like
think it's
Not
not so much
necessarily.
the condition of the bridge, it's the original design of the bridge.
That's where you're
Okay.
looking at. You're looking at basically new criterias through the computer programming of the structure, the age, the condition that places it where it's at. You're looking at load configurations of the trucks themselves and the span of the structure. On those other 6 that we're looking at deck conditions that also could play a factor in posting. But at this point, that would be really to take care of the deck, so we wouldn't have to post it.
Right.
Actually, we increase the value or the capability of the structure.
103 is between Contour and Dobbin.
Yes.
So you still get a full load of rock from Paxson to Burlington.
I believe so. Well,
This
you
won't-
get a weight
this
ticket,
won't
you
change.
get a weight ticket,
Right.
yes, yeah. Everybody should know what their weights are.
Yeah.
But what you don't wanna do is just run faster over the bridge. I've heard that one before too. Just go faster. No, let's not do that. Let's not do
They
that.
let you hit the bottom quicker when you do that.
But, yeah.
What else do you have, Wayne?
Okay, well, the other would be motions. What I have is I have a employee that's doing, same work as another classification, in another department. And I'm trying to correct, that situation. I do know that we have the wage study, but this is different than the wage study. And the wage study actually is looking at people as far as what their work is and the type of work that they're doing that's basically market value. What I have is a direct comparable of one employee within the county work that is doing the same type of work in another department at a different pay. And so that's the difference. There's really no evaluation there that what an outside consultant would look at, other than the fact that it would just show that we have a budgetary accounting coordinator in CC in the position and wage chart currently right now. The highway department did not have a classification there, but as we evaluate the job descriptions of both the budgetary accounting coordinator for the highway department and the budgetary accounting coordinator for the county clerk, the comparables are almost identical. We do virtually everything that they do. There's a few differences, of course there would be, because the clerk's office does different things than the highway department, but overall that position is identical to the other position. So I'm trying to correct a wrong that basically exists. And so I'm asking to be able to move forward and get this person corrected. And so the next three motions would allow that to take place. One would be to agree to the organizational chart, which you have a copy of. Now, keeping in mind the organizational chart remains the 52 employees. It just changes that one from a cost accounting clerk to a budgetary accounting coordinator. Then the other one is the job description itself, and that would be the job description for the budgetary accounting coordinator for the highway department. And then the last motion would be to allow that employee through the CP2 to move up to that position of the budgetary accounting coordinator to a CC4. And as you can see in that particular one, there was only a change, slight change of, I believe, what, 60 cents?
63 cents.
So 63 cents.
Yeah.
And so, did you all get the budgetary accounting coordinator job description?
Yes.
You did?
It's
All right, okay. So that is my request. Now, the employee is available if you have some questions, but otherwise, I'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, I'm gonna be honest right up front, start out with, I see this as another one of them deals, they're pegged out, so let's let's rename them, move them to a different category, so we can give them more money. That's my opinion. We've been doing that so many times in this courthouse, county, and I don't think that that's right.
It appears here, and you can discuss this in so many different directions, it's unreal when you start dealing with personnel, but it does appear in this situation that job descriptions in two different departments are so near alike that maybe this is a time, and it is a small change. Of course, a change is a change. We gotta be able to document it and back it up. Fully understand that. This may be one time when maybe we do need to take a look and do some comparisons. Yes, the wage study's in process, but now back in April, we was hoping to have it done within 10 months or a year. Now, because of rebidding that, we probably won't even have that firm on place until March at the earliest. And one of those firms is 7 months in preparing it. So it's gonna be a year from now before we'll take a look at what they come up with. And I fully realize every time you get talking about wages, you gotta make sure you can document it and back it up. And I know the comparables and the job descriptions are so close, they probably ought to be almost one. But to make that happen, it needs to be moved up. I know Wayne's proposed moving it up one grade and back one step.
H and C, H is the highway department, C is the clerks, but you'll see where it is, H and C is, they do the same one. Where you see it to be only C, that might be the clerk, where you see it to only be H, that'd be the highway department. But,
I know myself back in May or June, and I don't remember the exact dates, you know, because we had the study coming, because we had some other things going on, I pretty well made a commitment to myself that I wasn't gonna do anything until the wage study was done, until we had a full overview of what we was really looking at. But now it's being put down the road another 12 months. So, and I'm not just staying pat that we need to justify this, but to me, this maybe is something we need to take a serious look at.
and I would,
Try to get a couple employees on maybe the same level playing field.
that's where I would be at, because the wage study is gonna evaluate the budgetary coordinator, the budgetary accounting coordinator. They're gonna evaluate that one, but this is a position where this person's already doing that work. They're already doing that job.
That's all, that's, the wage compensation and classification study is not just evaluating the dollar amounts of compensation, just the paycheck. Okay, there's quite a bit of material from all three companies that we did meet with about job description updates. And similarities and comparabilities between different positions, even if the title is different, if the work was the same. And this is something that would get caught in the process. I mean, because I doubt this is the only case that exists out of 150 some employees. So do we change it now to potentially change it again? It's just like Dawn said, when we started this and what we've gone through so far, I'm still of the stance that that's why we're doing this.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we're having
The study
a
done,
company
yes.
come in that specializes in this area.
It is hard because you don't want that employee to feel like you do not value their employment here at all.
Yeah.
That's not the meaning if you disapprove.
And that's not my intent. And I also don't want to leave out the other ones that,
Exactly, you're exactly right. Probably not the only case that exists at all this, so.
I'm sure there'll be some more discoveries as we get into that process, yeah.
I'd say
When-
we looking at these firms to do this, and, I thought we were going good with it. We hit a roadblock where we got to redo, but how many more of these are we gonna do before? Pretty soon, we're not gonna have to do a study, because we're gonna give everyone a raise at once one, and pretty soon, everybody's gonna be at the top of this pay scale pretty soon, so I think we shouldn't be doing anything else until we do the study. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is, and nothing against the person whatsoever. I have no problems with that, but
Yeah, it's hard to tell, you know, if we do something here or don't do anything, what happens down the road. There's no way to know exactly what may come forward in the near future. Wayne does have a motion before, so I'll go ahead and read it. 2019-52, based on the recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve the revised highway department table of organization as presented November 25th, 2019. This action maintains the current number of 52 employees in the department. you know, I definitely assume that's probably the place to start. We got 3 motions, proposed motions, so we need to start with the first one and.
There's a change on the tradesman also.
Mhm.
Leave them to the tradesman.
As far as the structure group, and as far as a change, as far as a leadman, well, actually, we added another, one in that position because I had one out of the engineering that we moved
That
over
was
there.
another change on the chart, that wasn't on the other one.
Yes, yeah, that's, well, but so we've had those discussions before on that.
Right, I
Which
just-
one did you point out?
In the structures group.
There was a
we were-
technician in the engineering position that basically was
Right,
moved
we were
over.
moving the foreman elsewhere.
So we've had those
making that
discussions.
position.
Yeah, we had those discussions before.
A bookkeeping change in the organizational chart.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe it's 2 different things, but as far as maintaining the 52 employees, you know, we've had this discussion before as to where,
Mhm.
you know, do we need to maintain 52 employees? The amount of tax collected starts going down from our other entities here before it's somewhat depleted. I mean, we need to start phasing ourselves that way now.
And I agree, and we've had conversations on
Yeah,
that.
you and I have.
I think what you're looking at is not necessarily employees, you're looking at level of service. What is the level of service that you're wanting to be? I mean, you can go to the Cadillac of service and have all the people and resources and everything that goes to it, or you reduce it down based on funding availability, and you say, what can we afford? And so I believe those are the conversations that we're gonna continue to have in the future, if not immediately, to discuss. So I'd say, you know, we're gonna be looking at, when we look at employees, we look at what is our level of service, what can we do and what can we not do. Once we start reducing employees, then you also do, as you start taking in what departments or divisions that you're gonna start changing to still accommodate being able to get the work done, because you're gonna have X amount of people to be able to do a particular job.
And I'm not saying lay people off or anything like that, I'm just saying that they retire, don't replace them, and then you can
Right.
outsource. I mean, you said it yourself, as far as the guardrail, you weren't as efficient as a person you could hire to do the guardrail, so
Mhm.
with that in mind, I mean, you can outsource a lot of things.
Oh, yes, and that's,
That saves money as well.
and that would be the service, that would be the service aspect. You're gonna have some of it that you're gonna be able to do yourself, and you can have some of it that you can say, well, we can't do it because our group is smaller.
Exactly,
Now we need to contract more of it,
exactly.
and so you're gonna have that division. Yeah, I believe it leads into a much larger discussion, it really does.
Yeah,
So.
I agree.
I know you're having a difficult time in looking at this, and you're at your discussion phase or, of this action. I would ask once again that in the evaluation, yes, it is meant to evaluate what the employee is doing, come up with hopefully a different type of wage chart, because we've had, those discussions too. But we do have a disparity. There has been times where, and I hate to say it, but the elephant's in the room is when we have, elected officials that can come in and have their employees moved, and non-elected officials come in and still try to support their employees, and I can't do anything. It makes it very difficult. And I have,
Try setting over here.
yeah, on that side, it's even probably more difficult on that side. But I have an employee, only one employee of 52 that I can think of, that I'd come to you during this phase in which you are doing these evaluations. I mean, I'm fully knowledgeable of your intent, and our discussions that we've had. But of all the employees, of 52 employees, if we talk about the 150, of 52, of 1/3, this is the only employee that's doing the same work as another employee in another department that is well documented as far as their activities. So I'm asking, as you're doing this discovery, is to find that, this is the exception to, and the right thing to do. So
This-
that's where I'm at.
This employee would be moved to CC4, which is 63 cents. How long would they stay at CC4?
That I'm not for sure. I'm not for sure where they'd be at on that, because I don't know when they were moved out.
2 years.
It'd
Is
be
it
their
2 years?
Should
either-
be,
Either
unless,
2 years, correct,
yeah.
before they'd move to CC5.
Okay.
And I'm gonna take just what you said, that as we do this discovery, maybe we'll find out that this is the correct thing to do, but I'm willing to wait till we do that discovery.
And the only thing I would ask in that, Bob, is, as you directed that question to me, is to say, if you're in the same shoes and you had to wait a whole nother year, and you absolutely know that you're doing the same job as somebody else, and I'm not saying similar, I'm saying almost the same job, is that fair? So, I'll leave it at that. Okay, I'm gonna, you guys got the bigger shoes,
Yes.
you guys make the decision.
You've heard me say all the time, we're absolutely a business, and we're pretty big as 152. This out there in the country business, or whatever the business might be, you know, my opinion, it would probably be changed to get everything on as equal playing floor as you can. It's impossible to get everything totally perfect, but. Once again, Wayne's got a motion before us, 2019-52, to approve the reorganization of his chart.
I would interject one thing. If we were to go ahead and allow this employee's salary to be raised, and the salary study found it not to be correct, that salary would be frozen from that point on until it reached the appropriate level.
That's the way my understanding, that consensus that we're probably looking at.
And
If
we're not looking at a earth-shaking change here. And we are looking at trying to make things more equitable. So that's all I have to say.
What do we have to approve the table of organization in order for this to happen?
Yeah, because we don't have that position.
Yeah.
We don't have a title.
Okay.
And I would pledge to you a future discussion on 52 employees, that we can talk about all of those things. But this really doesn't change too much.
And my thought is, since trying to get things on a level playing field, yes, ahead of the study that's been put back for another full year, and this individual will be frozen for 2 years, or be at that CC4 for 2 years, I'm gonna go ahead and make the motion that we approve motion 2019-52.
I'll second.
Entertain a second. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
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 Or what'd you say? You say in favor?
No, I said in favor, well, yeah, I should have. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried 4-1.
I thank you very much. Thank you very much. There are, 2 other motions that go with that.
Okay, 2019-53, based on recommendation of county engineer, move to approve the budgetary accounting coordinator job description and personnel position change. No additional personnel are being added to the department with this action. Entertain motion to adopt 2019-53.
Make a motion.
Tom has moved, entertain a second.
I'll second.
Fred is second, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye. And motion's 3-2. Got a motion 2019-54, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer. Move to have the chairman sign a CP2 for a position change for Michelle Harvey from a CB6 payroll cost accounting clerk to a CC4 budgetary accounting coordinator. Subject to regular IPP, wages will change from $21.56 to $22.19, effective date of November 25th, 2019.
I'll move.
Fred has moved.
Second.
Tom is second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried 3-2. Angie?
Well, I do have construction zone, but first I'd want to say thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me an opportunity to visit and to be open with the discussion, and for all views to be heard. So,
How much longer, we got Mr.
if you'd like, just accept the construction zone as made available, then I'm okay with that, unless
Because
you
we're
have any
also on
questions.
time to do a drawing at 10:10. We've got to, that's got to be done on time, correct, Angie?
The only thing I would have is we're gonna prep and get ready for possibly some, snow this, actually Thanksgiving Day. So we're gonna be doing some, snow prep out there Wednesday. So just to let you know on that one. Thank you.
Don't mean to cut you short on that one.
That's fine, sir.
You got anything else you need to come before the committee, or you want to do it a little bit later?
I do have an appointment here at 10. Actually, I'm gonna be late
Before you
myself.
do.
Well, down
No.
downstairs.
If that'll work for you.
I could come back after that. I don't know when that would be over.
We got,
Wanna
yeah,
visit.
we'll be here all afternoon because we got vouchers.
Okay.
Not all
I'll
afternoon.
just stop back
Do you
in.
have anything for us?
I don't know, but I'll always come up
If you
with
don't
something,
have
Bob.
anything, you don't need to come back.
Well, I just wanna come and visit.
You can
I just, I like
You can always do that.
I do want to take the opportunity to thank you. I appreciate the dialogue. That's what it's about. So thank you. Thank you. Okay? Thank you very much. And we will have those discussions. Thank you, Fred.
Yeah, let's do it.
We will have those discussions. I'm very much involved, and care about the county. So,
Thanks for coming in. Just drop in sometime.
okay,
We'll just take time to review what you got left to talk to us about.
all right.
And it don't always mean to put you off, but we got some things we gotta be on time.
That's all right, I'm flexible.
You wanna take a real short break? We gotta be back in here at 10:10.
Yeah, let's do it and come back.
Let's
to
take a
10.
short break and.
We'll let Whitney wait for us a little bit longer. Sorry, Whitney.
I'm used to delaying the legislative process.
No problem. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good, how are you?
Yeah, we'll still see you coming.
Thank you. Did you get mine?
Yeah. Yep. How are you, Donna?
I'm good, how about you? Hey, I was gonna see Lindsay there, cause she had some things that they're working on in the legislature and the
Okay.
health side of it.
Very good.
So I'm gonna have her come up while you're
Okay.
here, cause she might wanna talk to you about
Okay.
helping her with testimony and stuff.
Sounds good.
Sounds like the beard contest is getting
Sorry to put you
quite a bit of money.
That's not a
Good.
problem.
That discussion
Good.
got into a little.
Last I heard it was well over
Yeah, it's
800.
all right. So when I seen this.
That was a good idea. I mean,
I knew
we should do
somebody back.
something on the
You
men's
sent me
side
the
of
wrong
things,
place,
you
wrong
know?
time.
Yeah, I don't know what they
Some
picked
awareness.
up, I don't know what they picked up Saturday, 'cause he had some of the cans up there at the craft fair.
We're just running it through November, right? I'm trying to
I gotta
decide when
check
to
in
go
with
make
Jeremy,
the
he's kinda
last
rambling
second
with that.
deposit. Gotta get up there and just drop my
It was
money.
December something they were gonna draw, or start, announce a winner. It's right after Thanksgiving, isn't it? Yeah, you're right, in November.
I was thinking so.
Yeah, so first next week, yeah, they're gonna announce the winner.
Need to get up there and drop my money in there then. I've been kinda holding on to see if I can figure out what I gotta get in there to win.
I just felt $500, it sure is.
You'd think that ought to do it. You'd think. Yeah. It's a good deal.
How's the time so far?
Yeah, that's fine.
They didn't make it to questions.
Jack, how you doing today?
Very good, Don. How
How
are
you
you?
doing? I'm getting along pretty good.
Go ahead, down, I was wondering for. Sorry that I didn't come back, that's what I'm sorry. Moved away. How's your world? Oh, busy, changed all. How you doing? Oh, okay.
So Lindsay is coming up because she's gonna be working with witness.
Trying to get it.
Lindsay Fair.
Yeah, because they're working with, the legislative
Dude,
level
you.
to prepare testimony.
When I get ready.
Okay, she knows she needs to be hearing about this.
I told her, she
Sure.
said, oh, yeah, but she's, working with council.
Oh, no, I don't want to.
We'll be ready for it. Over that in 15
Last time I did that, last time I drew, I had to select a county commissioner.
That worked out well.
Jean, Mary, and Dawn
Ulrich.
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 That was a tie vote, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And they did a recount a couple different times, and
I see that, okay. That work for you.
it does, you know, every, in fact, I remember Jean Mary telling stories,
I didn't count four.
his daughter, her son.
Four.
I drove back from college to work.
You can read it.
She not done that. Never would have been tied.
I didn't count four. I know. No.
Okay, it is 10:10. We Need a motion to move to reconvene as a board of canvassers to draw from a write-in tie for Ridley City Council. Member from 2019 city dash school general election held on November the 5th, 2019.
I'll move.
Bob has moved, entertain a second.
Second.
Tom is second, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye opposed, motion is 5-0.
Okay, so we had, 11 people who were written in and they received 1 vote for council member for Ridley City. I'll read the names off for you. One was Fred Ferguson, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Greg Yachts, Doug Budd, Kim Dunaway, James Cole, R.J. Snowball, Stephen Bouffay, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Tom Hoig, Tara Lynn, Brady Brown, and Justin Bailey. All of the write-ins had received a letter from our office stating that the drawing would be held today at 10:10. So, if you guys are okay with that, we have 11 names in the basket, and I want to have the sheriff draw, if that's okay.
What happens if this person doesn't want it? Then
They'll have to let the city know, and then
There
the
you
city
go.
will handle it from there.
Let the city worry about it.
R.J. Snowball. See what we got. You guys can see that?
Okay, yeah.
We'll let him know, and then if he declines it, then the city will have to go their, way
I
of,
see RJ at all the SEC basketball games, he's a great guy to work with, so.
Good kid,
Yeah.
good kid.
Good.
and then
I'm sure he'll accept it.
if I could have you guys just sign these 2 reports, just on the front, bottom, there's mine.
Got married this year.
That's just the official. And then we'll have the big red book here in another week or 2.
With both those documents signed, move to adjourn the canvas board at 10:13 a.m. and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners.
Make that motion.
Cody moved,
Second.
Tom second, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Mr. Cameron, you want to come up and?
Happy to do it. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Good morning, Donna.
Good
and
morning.
Welcome to Coffee County.
Happy to be down here again. Some new faces, Commissioner Whitney Dameron.
Tom Huguenin,
Yes, sir.
nice to meet you.
I was telling Cody I was born here
Oh, yeah?
in 61. My family had a funeral home here in town.
Oh, okay.
You're part of the Dameron family that's here?
That is me.
That's you, man. Okay.
Appreciate the opportunity to come down again and talk about 2020 legislative session and what looks like it's going to happen ahead. You know, the last few years, probably dating back to 2012, there's been some pretty significant budget challenges in Topeka. A couple of things that kind of intersected on that. First of all was the changes to the tax laws in 2012 that were passed that essentially exempted all LLCs, partnerships, and sole proprietorships from paying any state income tax. That was originally estimated to affect maybe 150,000 tax-paying entities, and it came to affect more than 300,000. So that resulted in a pretty significant reduction in state revenue. At the same time, we continued to have school finance K-12 under litigation. The current case has been before the courts essentially for 10 years. We've actually been in litigation probably since '92, back when Joan Finney was governor, and there was a major school finance case there, and they seem to start and restart. We'll probably start another one relatively soon, but the 2019 legislative session did address school finance. The Supreme Court did sign off on it. The legislature has put upwards of $1 billion into K-12 education in the last 4 or 5 years to try to meet that. The concern that a lot of legislators have is that the promises that were made, that's going to be a difficult check to write in the out years. And so if you go back 3 or 4 weeks ago, the budget projections looked a little bit different than they do today. So we were looking essentially at the state being underwater in 2 years from projected revenues versus the expenditures. So twice a year, the legislature has created this committee that gets together and meets called the Consensus Revenue Estimating Group, and they meet in typically April and November. They look at the forecast, they look at a crystal ball, they read chicken entrails, I don't know what they do, but you bring in people from the universities, some economist types from KU, K-State, the Legislative Research Department, and bring in people from state agencies, particularly Department of Revenue, sometimes Department of Commerce. They also bring in private sector entities. They might bring in utilities, they might bring in car dealers, tell us about your business, what are you seeing as trends. And so that review process was held about 2.5, 3 weeks ago. They came back and substantially increased the budget numbers for Kansas in the next couple of years, essentially added another $250 million a year over the next couple of years into that budget. So things look fairly good going into the 2020 legislative session financially. However, as you know, as county commissioners, sometimes it's easier to say no in difficult times than it is when you have money in the account, and there will be a number of entities that are in that want some of that money. Higher education will certainly have a major ask. The governor's indicated she wants money in the social services, prisons, and so forth, and any number of interest groups will come in. And then, of course, probably the biggest issue of the session for the governor is going to be the expansion of Medicaid. She will be in supporting that. There are questions about what that would cost. Governor's office, governor's proposal estimates that at $35 million. Republican leadership in the House and Senate thinks that number could be significantly higher. And once you start down that path, it's difficult to turn back. It's not like you're going to put 150,000 Kansans on a health care plan and then take it away. I think we see that debate at the national level as well. But from the governor's office, that's her number one agenda item is expansion of Medicaid. Republican leadership has attempted to come up with kind of an alternative proposal that's much more limiting, has a work requirement in it and some things like that. Probably doesn't have the support if a bill gets to the floor that people are allowed to amend and debate. If it comes up through a conference committee process where it's just an up or down vote on the floor, then that could be a different story. But that would be a pretty significant issue coming up in the next legislative session. I sent a report down last week, kind of highlighted a number of issues we're going to see in the next legislative session. And we're probably going to have a constitutional amendment on abortion. You'll see a battle between the banks and the credit unions. Those are usually isolated to the financial institutions committees, but that will be one of significance for those interests. It's usually best to bet on the banks, but you never know on something like that. Electric rates, that could have some application in Coffee County with a nuclear power plant and energy policy. We had some groups that brought some legislation during the last legislative session that, were suggesting that the electric rates in surrounding states were lower than what we have in the state of Kansas. Varying reasons why that is the case. The utilities, KCPL Westar in particular, now known as Evergy, would argue that they made significant investments for environmental reasons in the last 5 to 6 years, primarily under the Obama administration Clean Power Plan that was being pushed down to the states. Some states ignored that. They chose to essentially fight that issue at the federal level. KCPL and Westar, their position was, we can't afford to have the Environmental Protection Agency come in and impose fines upon us for non-compliance, and that was a risk out there. Ultimately, Clean Power Plan has been held up in the courts. We've had a change in this presidency, so change in direction on that policy. The surrounding states are having to invest in environmental upgrades, and you're going to see significant investments in, I know, for example, Missouri and Oklahoma, so their rates probably will catch up. But the two studies that were commissioned by the state of Kansas will have reports coming back. The first one in early January, and then the second one by July 1 of 2020. Those will probably not have recommendations that the legislature should implement X or Y or what pieces of legislation, but they will have policy considerations. So you might consider doing these things to have some kind of an impact on electric rates, primarily in the state of Kansas. So that's going to be a big issue that a lot of people will pay attention to next session. Just some other issues, foster care, CAPERS. The governor wanted to essentially come in and refinance the CAPERS debt that the state has, which would have freed up a significant amount of money, in excess of $50 million. Republican leadership said, no, we've just finally started getting CAPERS back on track. It's too early to do that. If faced with a tax increase in a couple of years, they'll probably think that's an okay idea. No really offense to the Republicans. I think they just felt that they've made some progress on CAPERS, and they ought to continue to pay down some more debt before they're looking at a refinance, and so that could become an issue in a couple of years. Medical marijuana, non-economic damages, there's been some litigation that may or may not have nullified the state's limits on non-economic damages, essentially pain and suffering. That could become a big issue next year, especially on the medical malpractice front. Prison sentencing reform, we've seen some states, including Oklahoma, who have implemented pretty significant prison reform. They've taken essentially nonviolent offenders who met certain requirements of their sentencing. Maybe they've served 70–80% of the time and not had a disciplinary issue, and turned them loose by the hundreds, if not thousands. And there have been some articles that suggest that is not without some risk to the public. It would take legislation to do that. The governor can't do that unilaterally. That's probably a difficult sell in an election year, but those kinds of pressures are happening because of prison overcrowding. And it's, do you invest in prisons and build more prisons, or do you figure out a way to try to get people rehabilitated back into society? So that will be a debate next year as well. How we select or fill vacancies on the Supreme Court, Court of Appeals will be a subject. Taxes. During the last legislative session, there were 2 tax bills that were passed that had almost unknown fiscal notes. What was the impact going to be on the state budget? The governor was not willing to accept that during the 2019 session before these Craig numbers had come out and changed the budget profile, but there was significant pressure to try to pass some kind of tax relief. The big issue out there, the big expense, is called repatriation. The federal tax bill of December 2017 said to major corporations, you bring money you're keeping offshore back into our country, we'll lower your tax rate. Prior to that, there was a double taxation to effect, and so you had literally hundreds of billions of dollars, if not trillions, that were offshore that companies companies would like to bring back if they could get a favorable tax treatment. That was estimated to be maybe $125 million hit to the budget. There are some major players that would like to see that pass, some pharmaceutical companies that have major operations in Kansas, some other heavy manufacturing, their international footprint would like to see that as well. The governor vetoed the bill that included that provision. It also included something called decoupling. That same tax bill increased the standard deduction at the federal level for your taxes. Kansas ties by statute our deduction to the federal level. Because of that, people were unable to itemize essentially things like your healthcare expenses that meet certain thresholds, your property taxes, your mortgage interest and things like that. So if you decouple from the federal tax law, those things would still be deductible in the state of Kansas if it was advantageous to do so. That doesn't have nearly as big of an impact on the budget. Probably something the governor could get her arms around and support. It didn't have the decoupler, didn't have the repatriation piece in it. A couple of other things in there was internet. Try to figure out a way to tax internet sales. So based upon a U.S. Supreme Court case, those items that states have imposed taxes on internet sales. The bill in Kansas essentially had a safe harbor if you sold, for example, less than $100,000 in gross sales from out of state, you wouldn't have to collect. So the small business people would not have to put together some kind of a framework to be able to sell into Kansas, or you had fewer than a certain number of transactions. That had not passed. The governor's office took the position in the summer and said, there is no exemption in state law. If you sell in the state of Kansas, you pay sales tax, and that includes internet sales tax. So she issued a ruling through the Department of Revenue that as of October 1, all sales in Kansas shall be subject to sales tax, whether they're provisioned over the internet or through a bricks and mortar store in the state of Kansas. Republicans said that's not right. We didn't pass that. You're unilaterally doing something that you don't have the authority to do in state law. They asked the Attorney General to provide an Attorney General opinion as to whether she was overreaching her authority. The Attorney General said, yes, you are. Legislature would have to authorize the imposition of the sales tax on internet sales, for example, and the governor said, we don't agree, and has chosen to ignore that. There's not been a case that's come to court yet. Could happen. Depends on how aggressive the state gets on enforcing that, I think in particular on the smaller players. But that is something that probably gets addressed during the next legislative session. At least they try to come to terms with what are the rules of the road for internet sales. The state of Kansas has also adopted 10-year transportation plans starting back in 89, 99, and then 2010. The 2010 T-Works plan is coming to an end. There remains about 18 projects that were not completed during that 10-year cycle, primarily because the state of Kansas took $2 billion out of KDOT to shore up its finances, and those kind of projects were just pushed down the road. Governor's office, the new Secretary of Transportation, has been working on developing a new transportation plan, a 10-year plan, prioritizing the remaining T-Works projects, but rather than coming in with a 10-year plan where you do local consults and communities come forward and say we would like X projects considered and put into a 10-year plan, and then they get scheduled over essentially a 10-year queue. KDOT would like to do a rolling plan. So about every 2 years or so they would develop and bring up new projects. They would continue to have local consults essentially throughout the next 10 years, perhaps every 2 years, like they are doing now. They're in their second round of consults, and visit with local communities, take projects, work them from an idea stage, bring them up to consideration, planning, put them into planning, and then ultimately get them scheduled for construction. Part of that, and KDOT has been implementing that to date, is to try to do more with less, at least from the state level, and that is partner with local units of government. Here about a month and a half ago, they announced some $90 million worth of projects around the state of Kansas, and about half of those were paid for with local participation. They're going to continue to do that going forward. They're also putting money into bridge repair, bridge construction, reconstruction, and partnering with local units of government as well. I think you're going to see quite a bit of that in a new transportation plan. There are some major projects out there, and even lesser extent, but it's probably going to require local participation to get those moved up in queue. And so you're seeing, and we'll see local units of government consider all kinds of ways to finance that, whether it's transportation districts that they can implement and essentially take the increased property tax revenue and put it into, and sales tax revenue into those, to helping finance those things, local property tax levies, sales tax, and so forth, to try to bridge the gap. And KDOT will be looking at that and in making their determination of how they can best expend their money and make it go a little bit further. Different in this plan, at least as of today, than what we've seen the last three, is I don't think you're going to see KDOT bring forth new proposals for revenue. I don't think you're going to see KDOT say we want to increase motor fuels tax by a nickel or increase registrations or vehicle titles. The governor's position has been the 2010 plan earmarked 0.4 cent sales tax beginning 3 years after the passage of that plan. So in 2013, 4 cent sales tax, 0.4 cent that would go into help transportation programs. The state essentially has taken that money and diverted it to state general fund uses. So the last couple of years, a little bit more of that has been retained by KDOT. Governor's plan is 2 years from now, all of that would stay at KDOT. And the Secretary of KDOT essentially says, if you give us the money that is in statute that we are to receive, we can operate a robust transportation program. They see the bonding restrictions they have in place opening up in a couple of years as debt is paid down and so forth. I think you will see a proposal for something for new revenue, perhaps coming from the contractors, that looks at either what they refer to as a trigger. So if state revenues fall, then there is some kind of an ability to replace a loss of transportation money with increased motor fuels money. It's modeled after something in Nebraska. I've not seen it reduced to bill form, so we don't really know how that would work. 1 cent of motor fuels tax raises about $18 million. 1 cent of sales tax raises about $450 million. So the 0.4 cents worth a couple $100 million. If you took it all, you literally would have to put about 10 or 12 cents on motor fuels. And 2020 is an election year. There's money in the bank based upon the projections. I just don't see an appetite for any kind of an increase in any kind of taxes or fees next year. So I think the legislature's probably not likely to go down that path. From a county's perspective, from county issues, Kansas Association of Counties met here in the last week and a half, and they have put together their legislative program for the next legislative session. They introduced a measure on constitutional home rule like cities have. Had hearings on that during the 2019 session, did not advance out of committee. It has received, I think, some favorable attention given how well the issue has been presented to the legislature. I think it's a challenge to get 2/3 vote on that to put it on the ballot. I know that is a high priority of the Association of Counties. Tax lid issues, it has impacted negatively a couple of counties, at least in cities, that have come forth and said we've had major projects that we've not been able to do because of the tax lid. The biggest issue that's been debated in the legislature is trying to get a better handle on the dates when your budget has to be published, so that you can better deal with, the tax lid restrictions if you have to come forth and try to put something on the ballot or get the public's approval. That is not advanced in the last couple of years. The biggest issue on tax valuations has really come out of Johnson County. Sometimes it's referred to as the dark store issue. Johnson County has seen, for example, some Walmarts that closed down. We've seen it in Coffee County. Walmart doesn't like the numbers of a building, they'll close it down and move. Other big box retailers do the same thing. Property taxpayers, the owners of those properties suggest that my building, whether it's vacant or full, should be taxed at a brick and mortar rate, and the value is what the value is, and not a higher tax rate just because I have an ongoing concern in that. That starts getting down in the weeds of property tax appraisal, but Johnson County saw significant increases in the assessed valuations of some of these kinds of properties, and that led to litigation, that led to hearings before the Board of Tax Appeals, and to date, Johnson County is losing those cases, probably lose them at the Supreme Court. Not sure it has an impact on other counties. They've not been impacted in the same way that what Johnson County has done. Potentially it could be. League of Kansas Municipalities, Kansas Association of Counties have suggested, number one, they'd like to see the laws changed on how those properties are valued. Difficult getting that passed in the legislature. Secondarily, there are some vacant or some appointments coming up on the Board of Tax Appeals next year. They're hopeful if the governor makes some changes, they might see different philosophies at the Board of Tax Appeals. So that could change how that debate is going forward. 2020 might be too soon to see that legislation come up. I don't know if the cases get resolved in that period of time, at least during the legislative session. Legislatures in a 2-year study of broadband access that is focused primarily on rural areas and how to expand broadband, and remains to be seen what kind of proposals they come up from that study, but it has been pretty extensive to date. And so those are kind of the highlights of things coming forth in 2020 and some of the things that might affect Coffee County. I'd be happy to answer your questions if you have any.
Anybody have any specific question? You know, like you mentioned, we were at, some of us was at the KAC meeting and adopted the policies that they wanted to work with in the state. You coordinate pretty close to KAC and some of those other agencies, and you're pretty well arguing for the same views in most cases. We do, and there's certainly a lot of exchange of emails and positions and testimony when it comes up. Here, this bill is coming up, and we're looking for help in testifying on a bill, and so we might, Coffee County, for example, might join in with KAC on providing testimony on a particular issue. Maybe it's home rule authority or whatever. During the legislative session, every Thursday, the municipal lobbyists get together for lunch, and so it's, I know KAC's moving, but it was their old building where they're at. So the League of Kansas Municipalities, KAC, and then virtually all the lobbyists that have a municipal client. It might be Johnson County, Overland Park, Wichita, Sedgwick County. There's some rural Kansas county groups, Kansas Legislative Policy Group, and the like. And so there's probably 20, 25 of us who get together and we go through the calendar. This is what's coming up next week. These are the bills out there, and sometimes people ask for coordinated support. Sometimes it's just to make them aware and communicate back to legislators that are from, you know, the area that I would work with, and so forth. These are issues that are important to KAC. This is an issue that's important to western Kansas counties that may have some application to Coffee County. Yeah.
I just know home run rule was talked about quite a bit at KAC, so. Yeah. Sounds like Jay's on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I worked with Jay when he was at the Bar Association, so I represent Kansas Bar Association, and Jay used to be there. His wife she's left and came back, so, yeah. And I think KC is hiring a contract lobbyist for the session as well, to help monitor some things in the legislative process. They've been kind of in transition with the change out of their executive director. So Jay's had his hands full for a while.
In reviewing the subjects that he reviewed out there at KC meeting, he done, as far as I'm concerned, he's very well qualified to
Absolutely.
address the group that was there. Occasionally would pass on a question or a comment to someone else, but I was pretty impressed with Jay, and he's only been on the job, what, 2 years?
Yep.
Give or take a little bit. Lindsay, I understand you came in, did you have something to bring to the table while Mr. Damler was here?
Yeah, it was just to make a contact with you. The local health departments haven't seen an increase in our aid to local based funding since 1992. And we have the support of KDHE, even though they are not allowed to make that ask on our behalf. They are supporting us in this. So Kansas Association of Local Health Departments will be putting forth an ask in that budget appropriation avenue. It would simply increase hours, depending on the amount that would be increased. It could increase hours by a little more than double. So currently we get $7,000, and it might put us up to $15,000.
Okay.
So just FYI, we'll be putting that forward with their support.
I will keep in touch with you on that.
That would be great. One of my colleagues reached out to the Rural Revitalization Committee, and he will be having a meeting with them in December. You know, that's not the normal route, I think, to take, but just explaining health departments and our role in that. So he's asked me to help speak on that day, but I have a conflict in my schedule. So, but anyway, just I'm past president right now of the association, so we're working on it.
Very good.
Thank you.
I'll keep in touch then.
Yeah, thank you, Don, for letting me speak. Okay.
One other issue is I was writing down here that probably comes back again, but reminded me, wind siding legislation. And so there was legislation this session that would put limitations on where you could site a wind farm. And there have been a couple of instances where you've had some friction with landowners. I know there's one going on in Neosho County right now, and there's one north of Topeka. And so there was legislation brought generally from, you know, some aggrieved property owners, and you probably faced it here when you cited a wind development in Coffee County. It can be challenges. There's more being proposed in Kansas, and the issue can continue to be discussed in the legislative process.
How do you think that's going to turn out in Sedgwick County? Because Sedgwick County says the commissioners voted not to allow any wind farms in Sedgwick County.
You know, those generally can hold up. And, you know, we saw it in Wabunsee County. That was probably 10, 12 years ago. We've seen it in the Flint Hills, you know, the do not develop zone in the Flint Hills that was then expanded under Governor Brownback. And, you know, it's a local issue, really. I think that's the way the legislature looks at it, that if the governing bodies where these things are proposed don't want them, they typically have the ability to control that. I know, you know, for example, in Neosho County, I don't think they have zoning, but I think they need road agreements or something like that. So it is an issue at the county commission level. And puts a lot of pressure on county commissioners, and it can be divisive, and so there are some efforts to kick that to Topeka. If we would put something in place that said you had to have certain setbacks and certain kind of agreements with neighboring landowners before you could develop, it'd take the pressure off the county commission. Unfortunately, or if you're on the pro-wind side, the way most of those come forward, it would significantly restrict or reduce the ability to site a wind farm.
Is that why the governor proclaimed it, the Flint Hills Osage County. When you come into Coffee County, it comes over 75, and then when you get out of Coffee County, it goes back to the existing line of all the counties, just because we were getting one farm in and they didn't want any on the west side of the highway.
Probably so. It was kind of a,
So how did, Lyon County get theirs in ready, if that, in that part of Twin Hills?
it's, I don't know, they drew a map, they drew lines, and I can't tell you where it falls within the lines of it.
Yeah.
It seems like that would come over quite a bit. I don't know that it comes quite over that far.
Some of it's there in Reading, they've already got some of those windmills up, how many of them I don't know. But I know that most of that's around the Reading area, and where that's far enough west to be in the edge of the Flint Hills. I'm not real sure where that map was drawn.
Well, if I live in the Flint Hills, they ought to be in the Flint Hills.
Well, I know under, Governor Sebelius, she had pressure to restrict the Flint Hills and development in the Flint Hills. And there were a number of wind developers, and I had a client that was looking at it. And Cottonwood Falls is kind of ground zero for the Flint Hills, but it was also ground zero for wind development. I mean, the wind there was perfect, and from a developer side, and access to transmission and like, and so a lot of pressure came not to develop, and that was voluntary. And so I think the developers made a decision they didn't want to fight the governor on it, and so there was a map drawn with the lines. And I know at that point in time, so then the discussion was, okay, you've got the map drawn, what about below that? And again, I had a client who was looking, they were going to develop their own, but they were looking to buy the electricity, and they needed to get some agreements in place, either Kansas or Oklahoma, on the developer side, and so they were looking at going below 400 highway. So that led to a conversation with the governor's office and said, is below 400 highway acceptable? Yes, it's not in our map. And so that's where you got Butler County Wind Farm, Elk River Wind Farm. Well, that was designed to be 2 wind farms, so you had 2 matched sides, and so they had acreage purchased or leased and were able to put in another one if they had a buyer for the electricity. And so then Governor Brownback was elected, and you had discussions with him from some people who wanted that zone expanded, particularly south. And it came, the governor was at the meeting where he called in about half a dozen developers, said, I don't want you expanding below, and here's my new line. And they grandfathered in one that was significantly along and had a purchaser for the electricity, which I think was the Tennessee Valley Authority, so it was going from here back east, but no one else really had buyers for their electricity yet. But they're down the road quite a bit in the development and expended millions of dollars. And they said, okay, we won't do it, including the people that developed Elk River. And, you know, on paper, you wiped out $2 billion worth of development, but it is what it is. Some of them moved around, some of them went away.
At one of the meetings in Wichita, they were promoting solar energy as the next big thing. Do you really think that's probability that it's on the horizon?
You know, the challenge with solar is space to do really commercial solar, and it has developed in the Southwest, and because you have the ideal sunlight and the cost of solar has come down significantly. The prices primarily from Chinese solar products is just collapsed practically. In Kansas, we had, prior to 2014, net metering law. Net metering meaning if you put some kind of self-generation, if you put solar on your house or solar on your farm, and you were able to generate more electricity than what you need, you could sell it back, put it back into the grid at a price that essentially was what you're paying for what was coming to you. The electric utility said that's unfair for us. They're looking out in the future, and they're seeing commercial solar in the Southwest, and said that price comes down. We potentially are going to have people selling us electricity back for what we sell it for, but we still have to provide transmission to them for them to be able to make it go both ways. We've gotta be there ready to provide electricity if we have cloudy days and they don't generate. And so it came in 2014 and adjusted the net metering law and changed that compensation back to someone who over-generates. And that set off a firestorm with the people in the solar business who felt that that was going to impede their ability to sell their products. So you saw, you know, people that are in the solar business. But, you know, you can get down in the weeds pretty quick. A lot of those systems, you know, to do a payout is might be 10, 15 years. Most people don't live in their homes that long. Some of those systems are leased. And so it was a business model that was based upon a public subsidy. And so the law was essentially frozen in 2014. New compensation system put forward. Some of the parties, the proponents of solar didn't like that well. It gave the KCC the authority to put a demand charge in. So if you're going to hook up to the grid, you're going to have a solar system, there perhaps could be a monthly fee you're going to have to pay for the ability to make the electricity go two ways. KCC looked at that for 2 years and finally came out with the recommendations. Solar industry did not like that at all, and they had a couple of ways that they would impose their fees back upon people in the solar, and one was certain rates for electricity during peaking times, and then others was a monthly demand charge. That created another firestorm this past legislative session that got all wrapped around the axles with the electric study legislation. There were just any number of bills on all of that. So it essentially got kicked back to the Corporation Commission. KCPL was the lead on that, and now Evergy, but went to the KCC and said, look, we'll grandfather everyone into the 2014 law who was in place as of July 1 of the previous year, and take a look again at what a reasonable demand charge might be. So, you know, I think all technologies are being looked at. Whether solar is feasible for residential remains to be seen. Probably more of interest to companies now is small business or small industrial solar, so that you've got rooftop space to be able to put the solar out that can kind of take the pressure off of your utility bills. I know I represent a retail liquor store in Overland Park. It's got the biggest liquor store in Kansas, and 50,000 square feet of liquor, and his roof is full of solar. And he sourced it himself and put it up there, and it saves him a significant amount of money. And so there are ways that works for you, but generally the way it works under Kansas law is reducing your own bill and not necessarily over-generating and selling back.
I think their point was that it was going to work the same way as wind power and would be sold commercially.
There are I think Westar has a small solar commercial development in Hutchinson. It has not been looked upon as being commercially viable at a large scale yet. But the prices of the panels have just come down so significantly. We are seeing some, I've read about some in Missouri, where, for example, another client has property in Lynn County, Kansas, Bates County, Missouri, and they've been approached about leasing up a significant portion of land to put solar panels on it, and then there's a power plant in Missouri that's being idled, so it's being decommissioned, but the power plant owns quite a bit of acreage, and so there's been a third party that has come in and said, we would like to develop commercial solar on your property and then you've got the transmission lines right there, so it's those kinds of things that help make that work, close access to transmission, and get something into the distribution system, but I've not seen anything on a large scale in Kansas yet.
Anybody have any other questions for Mr. Damon? He's been our lobbyist for several years, I don't know how long, but upon approval of the county attorney as to form, move to approve 2020 memorandum of agreement with Whitney Dameron for lobbying services and to authorize and direct the chairman to sign same. We do have two contracts in front of us. We got the old one that's in front of us, and I guess I haven't read them word for word, but it appears that everything's identical other than just changing the date on it. Is that correct?
It's been that way since 1996.
Well, it's been that far back, huh?
Uh-huh.
So, entertain a motion to continue to work with Whitney and the services that he provides for Coffee County.
I'll make that motion.
Cody has moved. Entertain a second.
I'll second.
Tom is second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried 5-0. We thank you for what you do for us and appreciate the opportunity to work for us, and feel free to talk to us, call us at any time.
I enjoy it and appreciate it as well. Thank you very much. Probably be back down in January.
Very good.
I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Nice to meet you.
Take care.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, thanks for being here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Whitney.
We'll see you.
Take care.
Well, we've definitely got behind schedule a little bit, but we've had some good discussion about some good things, so Mike, are you here to talk to us about the ALICE training?
Yes. We talked back in October and stuff about setting up training and doing an updated courthouse assessment. Back on October 30th, brought in outside agencies, law enforcement agencies, and we did a security assessment of the courthouse. I do not have all those assessments back from all the other agencies and stuff. They've had other training and other stuff that come in. But also I got a hold of two ALICE instructors out of Allen County. They were a part of the assessment, and we're looking at a possible date of January 15th to do the ALICE training. I did get with, emailed Angie, put that date to her. She put it out to all the department heads to see if that date would actually work for the majority of everybody, and it does. I'm just coming to the commissioners saying here's where we're at, here's the date that these instructors can be here, and if we want to set this up kind of like we did last time, half a day, shut the courthouse down at noon, it's half a day. The 15th is a Wednesday. I know that worked best when we discussed all this earlier. Mondays and the end of the week don't really work out so well, so, and this is the next opening for these instructors is the 15th. If that day doesn't work, then we'd have to reach out to February or end of February or March to do that training, because they do travel quite a bit and do these trainings elsewhere. So, and also on the 15th, we would do the assessment. We'd get all that back, and then we can, either I can schedule the Monday after or the Monday before and do the assessment with the commissioners on what was found. When we did do the walkthrough, we did talk to department heads, elected officials in those areas. Russell was with us as well, We did suggestions to them and left it up to them to whether get with maintenance or whoever if they wanted to fix those little minor things. But as for major stuff, we'll have to wait till I get all the assessments in.
January 15th work for everybody?
Works for me, as far as I know.
To my knowledge, yes.
Yeah, I've got the 2020 calendar with me, but most of the time Wednesday's a free day. At least we're off of the school activity day most of
Right.
the time.
And coming into November and December, you know, trying to look at those dates and stuff, it just wasn't gonna work with holidays and their other trainings they do have set up, so they wanted to push it till the first of the year.
Okay. Well, it sounds like you got the consensus of the commission to go ahead and for January 15th for that Wednesday afternoon.
All right, I'll get with Angie and we'll get, something set up and get it pushed out to all the employees.
Okay, sounds great.
All right.
And just, and just to clarify, and I'm sure you all got it, the courthouse will be closed that afternoon.
Yes, that's what, yeah. Did everybody, I think everybody probably heard Mike make the comment, be closed Wednesday afternoon, on the 15th.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Well, you didn't use your 30 minutes, now we're almost back on schedule, Randy. Randy, what have you got for us here today?
Oh, it won't take very long, but.
Emma, you're gonna talk about disposal and firearm purchases.
Yeah, where we were is, we were at a point with our firearms for the sheriff's office that we've had them for basically 10 years and, had thousands of rounds fired through them, and they're getting to the end of their life cycle. There you go, Fred. And so I tasked the SRT team leader and the patrol supervisor to research different weapons, looking at going back to 9mm. The ballistics have changed dramatically to where 9mm is now a acceptable weapon or a positive weapon for law enforcement, and with the improvement of ballistics and the cost is significantly a lower cost for 9mm versus 40 caliber. So, with that in mind, we put the word out. We T&E'd different brands and came back with Smith & Wesson. That's what we currently use. I'll get you the quote. And I tasked Zach to deal with Smith & Wesson, and so we dealt with our rep for the state of Kansas, and he was able to put us in contact with Bud's Police Supply out of Lexington, Kentucky. Smith & Wesson, like a lot of the gun manufacturers, are very territorial and oversee the sales of law enforcement firearms because they are at a significantly cheaper price than you or I can go buy one, you know, from a gun dealer. This dealer in Kentucky, Smith & Wesson, was able to negotiate a price that's almost $100 even below what we call blue label or law enforcement pricing. They even went $100 below that. And what they did in turn as well on disposal, they're going to take our Smith & Wesson 40 caliber handguns that, like I said, are 10 years old, and give us a trade-in of $2,405. As well, we have H&K G36C tactical rifles for the SRT team that we've had since, I was thinking close to 15 years.
2005.
Since 2005 is when we got those. Wolf Creek recently was generous and gave law enforcement, not just our county, is Coffee, Anderson, Burlington PD,
Leroy
a number of law enforcement agencies, tactical rifles that they had because they upgraded to newer stuff. Well, their stuff they gave us is significantly better quality, better shape than our old H&Ks. And so we're wanting to dispose of those H&Ks. There's 10 of them total, and they're willing to give us $1,000 a piece for them. So they do still have some value to them at this time. So as you can see on the bid, that with us disposing our old handguns, semi-automatic firearms, and the tactical rifles, out of pocket, we're only gonna have to pay $664.35. And that includes us, getting some new holsters. Is that right, Zach? That includes, new holsters, some, stream lights for the tactical rifles, for the new tactical rifles, extra magazines, the stuff to go along with it, because the purchase price total with all those accessories was just over $13,000. They're giving us $12,405 trade-in, so the difference is the $664.35. I don't feel like that's a bad deal. That's, the pricing, like I say, if you go look, just on the internet, you know, and just look at pricing, it's far above this. And so, the guys did a good job researching, the different vendors, as well as working directly with Smith & Wesson, to get us the best price, secure us the best price they could.
What's your reasoning for going back to 9mm?
Cheaper, the ammo's
Ammunition
cheaper,
cost.
you can hold more rounds, the ballistics has improved significantly, just all those factors, just, at one time, years ago, before we went to the 40, we did 9s then, and it didn't have near the ballistics then, and 9mm at one time got very difficult to buy, because government, the military was using it as well, so that's another reason law enforcement went away from the 9mm, was availability of ammo, and there wasn't the ballistics. Now there is. So.
What is the limit for the magazine? 17 seems long to me. I don't know. Zach, what are you carrying?
Right now, our duty weapons are 15-round magazines, so this would allow
they're
for
not
2 more rounds per magazine.
Mine's a smaller one. Mine's only 7. I'm carrying a compact.
Do you have a smaller one that you will carry, or are you gonna be carrying the 17s? I mean,
Administratively, we usually carry a smaller or compact weapon, but the duty line officer is going to carry the 17-round magazine.
I was just curious, seemed like, I'm a Smith & Wesson man, but the 17 seemed like it was a pretty
I wish I
good
would've.
length for me. I didn't know how that was gonna work carrying.
I wish I would've brought one up.
And actually, the round's smaller, so you're able to put more rounds in. The mag size is about the same size, maybe just a little bit shorter.
Well, for
But-
40,
Yeah.
But the round's smaller, so you're able to top them off more with more rounds.
I'm just curious
Yeah.
about that.
And with the new Smith & Wesson, the grips, it's a full-size gun. And, but it has 3 sets of grips that are interchangeable based on your hand. You know, not everybody has the same grip and the same size hand. And so the grip itself in the Smith & Wesson is interchangeable to where you can basically go small, medium, or large. And with having the bigger gun, the bigger magazine, it does create a good grip on it. Now, administratively, we go with the smaller gun a lot of times, just because a big gun with an off-duty holster rubs the hell out of you. To be honest with you, it beats you up on your side. So, but these are pretty standard weapons. A lot of agencies in Kansas are going back to them and looking at, and so I'm comfortable that the guys did a very good job getting us the best price and everything. But what we would need to do is, with this in mind, is we would have to do the motions to dispose of the Smith & Wesson 40 caliber M&P semi-automatic pistols with 3 15-round magazines, and I've listed the serial numbers with the standard language. They're no longer prudently, can be used for public purposes, and should be, disposed of by trade-in to Bud's Police Supply in Lexington, Kentucky, in the amount of $2,405. That would be the first motion. Then the H and K's, I separated them out into a separate motion with the same language that to dispose of those, because they're no longer required, can be used for our purposes, and again, to trade them into Bud's Police Supply in Lexington, Kentucky. I did include the third motion as, if you want to approve the base purchase of the guns themselves. The guns themselves are $8,375. I didn't go ahead and list out everything. I just didn't know what you guys would prefer. And so that motion is kind of its own thing that we can play with.
But to me, if it ties back to the quote, should be sufficient, but that's probably what.
Yeah, but it doesn't match the quote.
You're right, all I did is on that motion 3 was put the base price of the firearms. If, looking back on it, when I had her do that, I probably should have had her list everything out and just copy and paste the entire purchase and put it in that motion.
It's just if we buy outright, right?
Yeah, if we buy those guns outright, just the guns
Well,
themselves.
So that,
Your motion 3 includes your magazines, but the price in motion 3 doesn't include the magazines.
Right.
So if we,
Because
to
what
me,
it
I
does
would say we just change motion 3 to reference the quote.
The quote, I agree.
$664.35.
I agree.
And I am
Really, I'm not sure we need
understanding this
motion 3.
correctly, your net out-of-pocket cost, $664.35?
That would be correct. By trading in the H&Ks is what made the significant difference, is tactical rifles do hold
And that is something,
value.
okay, and that is something you don't need at this time.
Yeah, the fact that we got the newer ones from Wolf Creek and
Okay.
much better
Okay.
rifles.
I see you need motion to dispose of the Smith & Wesson, you need a motion to dispose of the
Yeah.
H&Ks, but
Right.
you really, for $664, you do not need a motion to
Right,
do that.
and that's the reason I was
your
kinda
authority
hesitant.
Within your budget range, so.
And that's the reason I was
I
hesitant
appreciate
to,
you did bring it in.
yeah, that's the reason I was like,
I think it's good to look at this quote.
Right.
Everything's up front.
Yep.
And that's what it needs to be for all of us.
So I wasn't really sure what to do on that
Yeah.
motion 3, whether we really needed it or not, but,
Randy,
oh, go ahead.
I'll just go ahead, motion number 1, and I'm not gonna read all the numbers on this. It's based on, upon the recommendation of the county sheriff, moved to find that 13 Smith & Wesson M&P 40 caliber semi-automatic pistols with 3 15-round magazines, we got 13 serial numbers listed, are no longer required or cannot prudently be used for public purposes of Coffee County, and as such should be disposed of by trade-in to Bud's Police Supply, Lexington, Kentucky, an amount of $2,405.
That's correct.
Entertain a motion to approve.
I'll move.
Fred has moved. A second.
No, second.
Cody is second. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Motion 2, based upon the recommendation of the county sheriff, move to find that 10 H&K model G36KE 5.56 millimeter safe semi full patrol rifles, serial numbers for 10 different rifles, are no longer required or cannot prudently be used for public purpose of Coffee County, and as such should be disposed of by trade-in to Bud's Police Supply, Lexington, Kentucky, in the amount of $10,000.
I'll move.
Tom has moved. Entertain a second.
I'll second.
Bob is second. Any other discussion?
I know what the motion says, and I agree with the motion. The only thing I don't like about that motion is that people are gonna interpret that we're trading in and getting 10 more H&Ks. I think somehow we need to explain that that's just part of the overall package,
Well, that's where the third motion was, this quote.
that we accept the quote. That'll work.
$664, that way everything's tied together.
Okay.
We could do a third motion then.
Yeah. And we can do the third motion. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor, signify, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
I will get Angie and Wade to sign the, what we have to do is publish that now for 2 weeks in the paper to give people a chance if they choose to contest it, I guess. So should we wait on that third motion then until the 2 weeks has passed and you formally want to do something, or would you rather try to do a motion today?
If you wanna take it back to redraft one and bring it back
I can do that.
That just might just be.
I think
It'd
the
be
motion-
cleaner probably.
Yeah.
The motion should clarify that everything is being traded in for this
Okay.
We're gonna
one
be here.
deal instead of,
You guys gonna be here for a
We'll be here for
while?
vouchers.
Okay.
This voucher day.
Why don't I do that? It'd be much cleaner than us trying to figure out what language to use or not use. So I'll do that. I'll just go try to write a motion that
Well,
reflects
Like I say.
the quote.
Reference quote number, blah, 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 we're trading in this, and we're buying this, and we're spending.
And this is what we're purchasing and, okay. I'll go do that and get that done for you.
Any other questions for Randy before he goes?
Thank you, Randy.
You bet.
Thanks for coming in,
You
Randy.
bet. And was
Mike and Zach?
Was somebody gonna be here this afternoon on Ed's retirement thing? And we put it out.
Well, it's at 2,
At
2 to
2.
4.
I'm planning on showing up.
Okay.
Somebody will be here.
I figured
They all do.
that the plaque or whatever from the commission
Okay.
would be nice if one
And
of you
that'll be
guys
done-
presented it.
That'll be done early on at 2 o'clock.
Yeah,
So-
we'll do it right at 2 and
Okay.
If we're not still here.
if we're not still here yet.
We can
So,
recess.
If not, we'll just hold the plaque part and everything till you guys are
We can
recessed
make
or
it
whatever.
work.
And stuff. I just thought it'd be nice if one of you guys did it and presented that to him.
Okay.
Make it work.
Oh, it's one of them days. One of them days. Okay.
Reconvene outside to sign checks and vouchers.
How do you do that?
Page 2.
Okay, running tally. This, your total.
It's not very many.
I guess we're ready for vouchers. Do you wanna take a quick break before we start on that, or how do you wanna handle dinner today? It's 11 o'clock, 11:15, so we'll definitely be here during dinner hour. What's
Let me get
everybody,
lunch.
what's everybody's choice for today?
I can't do pizza again.
Okay.
You can do pizza again on my.
Fred and I ate pizza ranch yesterday.
Okay.
We're in Maryland.
They have chicken.
But I didn't eat.
I'll take seafood.
Let me go get my list.
Well, you guys just all go down and see.
Throw that on down to Fred.
You guys all go down and see Ed and come thank you. He's been a veteran too. He's been for his service.
Got a place to put them, Cody.
Yeah, and Simon, him and me, yeah, got a place to put him.
Mm-hmm. Where they were going with things last year, but.
Okay, happy Thanksgiving.
Have to put a newspaper out.
Oh, shucks.
Okay, Fred, 12-inch, club,
No, not 12.
6-inch.
Give him 9, kind of split.
Yeah, 2 and 9.
Italian urban cheese, bread, Italian urban cheese, bread, pepper jack cheese toasted, all veggies except cucumbers and jalapenos, spicy mustard, and jalapeno chips.
That's fine. That's fine.
Tom, do you want a salad?
Please,
It's
turkey,
the turkey,
onions, cucumbers, spinach.
you want cucumber and spinach or no?
Yes.
Yes. But you don't want tomatoes and all the rest
No,
of it?
just those items, please.
Which, you want chips? What kind of dressing? Ranch?
Yes.
Okay. Bob, 6-inch or 12-inch?
12.
Okay. Seafood crab on
Yeah.
honey oats?
No, just on, wheat. Let's change that to wheat and, just mayonnaise.
But you don't want it toasted?
No,
Barbecue chips?
no chips.
Cody, 12-inch, spicy Italian.
Make it 6-inch.
Happy Thanksgiving, Mark.
Happy
Mark.
Italian urban cheese bread,
Yep. Yeah, I got 12, 'cause I thought you were.
pepper jack, non-toasted, spinach, onion, tomato, black olive, banana pepper, vinegar and oil, black pepper,
Yep.
Southwest sauce, jalapeno chips. Dawn, 6-inch steak and cheese, honey oat, pepper jack cheese, toasted, all veggies, extra jalapenos, Southwest sauce, jalapeno chips.
Forget about the chips this time. It don't make any difference which kind.
Denise?
I'm not, Angie should be back. Does she have a wrap on there that she usually gets?
A BMT salad
Tony.
with vinaigrette.
Let me call her.
Yeah, I'm scared. You don't know what you're supposed to.
Leave that together as a package. Gonna talk to Wade. They don't, he normally eats.
Oh, okay, I'll ask you.
Hey, what'd you want from Subway? Yeah. With spicy what?
Where's Commerce, man?
Commerce is one with Hush, one with Latham, one with Speaker.
Is this a membership fee for the, have their credit card or?
No, I don't believe so. I wasn't sure what organization the membership fee was for.
What's this,
Yeah,
yeah?
yeah. I don't know what that's for.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Amazon?
Glad I called her. I never got that right. A spicy habanero, a spicy Italian habanero wrap.
How much is,
Spicy
what's
Italian.
All veggies except tomatoes. And the sriracha sauce.
Oh, that's the one.
Yeah.
No.
I'm like, I wouldn't need any of that.
Donna, would you call Lindsay,
Mm-hmm.
please? Or have
Or
her,
just, well, can ask her, there's a reimbursement for an annual membership fee, but it doesn't say what membership is all.
yeah, I'm just curious why we're. paying membership for?
Good reminder, I should've turned in my receipts.
Lindsay,
Yes, Joe.
what is this membership for?
A credit card.
Okay, can we not get credit cards, we not pay a membership too?
We can check around.
Would you check it out?
We can.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
How much is that for, Bob?
$30.
There should have been
There's
two.
two of them.
One for ours and one for Maryland. What companies do other departments have?
You have to ask somebody else.
I think they all have commerce.
Do we, everybody pays a fee for it then?
I don't know.
For a Commerce credit card?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm
I'll
trying to
check.
save you money, Lindsay.
Oh, that's great. They've been giving us trouble with our bills anyway. I
Yeah.
mean,
They're
Like,
horrible
good
about
good
that.
time to
well,
change.
cause the county sends one check,
Uh-huh, and they can't figure out.
But
how to
we
do
send
that.
all the remittances.
Right, and
And
they-
they never have it right.
and then we get poor credit scores and
Uh-huh.
late payment fees.
Oh, yeah. No,
Do a little checking,
Well,
wouldn't
you
you?
mentioned that,
I
you
don't
mentioned that once before, who's having trouble with it.
It's almost every month, some department has trouble.
that's probably, well, it sounds like maybe we need to go, not just as a department, but countywide, if we've got these purchasing cards out there, credit cards out there, but
Does every company require it to be on your own personal name? Like it can't just be Coffee County Health Department,
From what I found, yes.
it has to be on a personal.
You
Yeah,
have to name
all
the
my
person.
guys have a credit card, we have two different companies.
Probably like
And we don't pay a fee.
I don't have mine, only like the one I carry.
Yeah, but it says Burlington Construction.
Oh, every of them.
Like Jeremy Hughes in Burlington, or
Yeah,
Corey Finnis in Burlington Construction.
okay. I'll ask around.
Okay, thank you.
So are we not paying that today?
No, we're paying, no, we're paying
Oh, okay,
it. No,
okay.
we're,
I was like, cause I probably need to call them.
we're paying it, I'm
Okay.
just curious what it was for.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, while I'm thinking about it, I've told Donna that I will be gone February 3rd and February 10th.
On a trip?
Yes.
Good for you.
I'm going on a trip. My grandson is giving a concert in Florida
Really?
for his master's degree. I'm going to go to it.
We're at Florida.
University of Miami. Farther than I wanna go, but I'm gonna go.
I would.
That's the way down.
It ought to be a lot nicer down there than up here in February.
So far, it's been running about 85 degrees, pretty steady here lately.
wonder how many, Denise, wonder how many vendors they had at their craft show Saturday?
They said I think they said over 250.
They had over 200. I know I didn't do any walking around, but I didn't know how many vendors they did have.
Only gonna try to miss one Monday, but I have to go when the bus is going.
The bus? Can ride a bus?
No, that's just express.
When the wagon's hooked up, that's when you go,
That's
isn't it?
when I have to go anymore.
I'll be out there latter part of February.
Where at?
In Florida.
In Florida.
Hopefully. We'll be in the West Palm area. What kind of concert might he give? Plays an instrument?
He plays clarinet. He's majoring in clarinet performance.
I see.
We can't sing.
Well, he can't.
We can, I guess, that's it.
He plays other instruments.
Sign our own payroll.
That's his main.
I see.
When he was in Emporia State, he played piano for the jazz band. And he also plays trumpet and sax. He's definitely a music major.
bring that to us on that grinder pump?
Less 5,000, he didn't really have to. Just part of, maintenance part of.
I wonder what it goes to. I'm sorry, Brad, okay. I was wondering what it went to.
I have no idea. I think he's gonna be back, you can ask him. We have no idea. what it-
Probably over at,
You want to say that, maybe?
Mhm.
Just remember.
over at the annex, maybe?
Or
You got one here.
landfill, I don't know.
Yeah.
I see, took Buck to the doctor again.
That's why he ran off.
Hmm?
That's why he ran off.
Did he run off? Did they catch him?
Yeah. What day did they take him?
November 22nd?
Was that the day he ran off?
That was Friday. I don't
It
know.
was Thursday. I can't remember. What was that?
He ran off because he thought he heard he was going to the doctor, right? What's the safety tape?
The great big roll in the world. Or whip.
Another vet worked on Buicks.
Hmm?
I didn't know the vet worked on Buicks.
On Buck?
Oh, Buck.
Buck. That's the dog.
Yeah, I know.
Buck. That was Buck. Who handled Buck?
I don't know. Is it Sam?
Who?
Sam?
I don't know. I don't know.
I think it was
new officer that has a pilot's license, we do a lot of flying, it seems like now. Where we go,
Practice.
I suppose.
Invoice for 60 cents.
Is that the co-op?
For a hitch.
We were
For
joking,
a
I don't
pen,
know,
it's
but we were joking in there that it was costing us more to
Pen for
write that
60
check
cents.
and mail it.
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna cost us 50 cents to mail it.
Call them, have them come pick it up.
We could send it with Dawn.
And it costs them that much to send it.
Well, I can sure deliver it. Then ask them, and I'll ask them why.
Because we owe them 60 cents.
Maybe that's another invoice.
We have a little cup in our office when we find change, like in the hallway and stores. We said we should just take 60 cents out of there and give it to Dawn and say, give this to us.
Yeah, I told our administrator at the water office this morning asked me if I had hours for the month, and I was like, yeah, a couple, like 2. I said, don't waste the time to write the check. And I said, just wait till next month, it's, because it does cost money to write a check. It does cost money to process that.
Mhm.
And for the hours and mileage that it would have, probably not worth the expense.
Yeah, when I was on the planning board, I never took a mileage check because I'm like, right down there. It's kinda silly.
Into that, didn't he? And the department would do the stuff, and so I hired somebody to do it, and pick it up. Think it was really good myself.
I've had worse.
Pretty dry.
I've had worse.
Our county insurance for liability covers our boards, doesn't it?
No, the linebacker covers the board,
Up to what amount, you know?
$37 and, I don't know.
$37.50. But they are covered.
The board, we're covered under linebackers.
Yeah, but not our board, but
Our appointed
our
boards.
appointed board.
They're not under our insurance. They're their own, they've got their own.
So planning and zoning has its own insurance. You know, Cody?
No, that's a different type of, that's a different,
That may be a weight question.
well, planning and zoning, yeah, they do have appointed boards. I don't know. I was just thinking of the outlying boards, so I don't know.
Question for
Somebody would have to know. Well, Denise, Angie.
Provider.
Okay.
Could you call our insurance provider and find out?
You know, the airport has their own.
Would they be covered for you, I mean,
Liability,
like errors and omissions?
like making their own decisions.
I may speak to Bobby Yelhouse.
Say liability for one of their decisions.
Yeah. So the Angela was already,
Bobby is she's our,
what?
Bobby's the county's rep. Yeah, rep. I mean, Angela is the agent, but.
You might know the answer.
On our appointed boards, such as planning and zoning, are they covered by insurance for liability?
I don't think that the boards are.
Our insurance is.
No.
Would they have their own?
Hey Bobby, this is Denise in the county clerk's office. Could you please give me a call at 364-2191? Thank you. I don't think they're covered, but I don't know if it's something you could add as a rider or anything. If you're just wanting errors and omissions, is what you're talking about, so. She'll call back.
I wanted to apologize to you guys too. Earlier, my phone went off on my notification. I couldn't figure out how to get that to turn off, and I put it in airplane mode, and so I figured out how to do it now, so that shouldn't happen anymore.
Didn't bother me.
Well, I know, but it's not very appropriate.
I could have turned it off for you.
Well,
All the boards that I'm involved in, phones are not allowed,
yeah.
absolutely not allowed. Other than, in dire emergency, someone in order to come in and get the person.
Well, this is
They
for my
pa-
son's notification on his medical issue, so,
The ones I've been involved in,
It's
the
not
phones are
necessary.
actually banned.
Just don't let it happen again.
got it. Mm.
I thought that they were only gonna have the JSB building cleaned once a month. Here I see it's being cleaned every week.
Doesn't seem like that'd be necessary.
Well, I wouldn't think so. I thought it was every month. We're paying $50 for doing it, 5 of them, I would.
I was just thinking though that, like your other boards, they would be doing work for another entity, such as the hospital, or the fire district, or the airport. But planning and zoning would be doing work for us.
Yeah, that's what I said about going, I said, I know the out ones do, but I didn't know about,
So,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if they're not covered, we ought to make sure they are.
Well, and that's unique there, because with planning and zoning, they're making a recommendation, we make the decision. Now, the Board of Zoning Appeals, they make the decision,
Right.
but it can't be appealed to them, and then it goes to the Court of Appeals, District Court. So I don't know.
The planning board making a recommendation though, if you ever got into the judgment, I'll guarantee, well, I would assume they'd be named.
Well,
They did make the initial decision
They made a
to,
recommendation.
a recommendation.
Right.
But I doubt there's any way it would relieve them from their responsibility of being involved. But I don't know.
I sent a text message to Angela to see if I can find out from her.
Hey Cody, what's that, you're on the planning and zoning, so I mean, I don't.
Oh, Foster and Bickley and Foster, they're the
Advisors
yeah, they're the,
out of Wichita, attorney out of Wichita.
they're the group that helped develop our book. They inform us and advise us and recommend our changes to be made to our zoning
So we-
based on statutory
We-
changes
We
and.
basically retain them for that amount each year, $7,000.
Well, it's not the same every year. Usually we try and get them to come once a year if we get a bunch of new board members and do some training with them and discussion, but it's, yeah. It's well worth it.
Okay. I believe.
It's not the most enjoyable thing to sit through and listen to, but he's knowledgeable.
he's knowledgeable, but he's boring.
Well,
not entertaining, is it?
No.
Thing about it is, most of the stuff he does, he copyrights. No one else can come in and do that, using his stuff. If you get
Well, he's
something else,
got
you would have to start all over.
That's why he's got a lawyer for a son.
You're not done, are you?
I'm done with this first set of
Oh,
checks.
I was gonna say.
Where, do you have them over there?
I'm sorry,
Do you have them?
they're here.
Okay.
I don't think they're gonna object to any of them. It didn't look like any of them was out of line.
I can always pull it if you
Yeah.
have to.
I just went ahead and kept trucking on them.
Okay.
Need a couple extra signatures on that one for 60 cents.
I reluctantly signed the check. Angie, here's a payroll notice.
Okay.
Yeah, I got them too. I didn't see any huge credit departments this time. There's a couple small ones.
No, not yet. In the next stack.
Just seeing our report, membership or something to KAC, I heard. Yeah, and I was thinking about
KC or Kansas Treasurers.
KAC, Dameron coming in. I still question whether we really need him. If the KAC was doing what they're supposed to be doing, we would not need him. We might be better off to hire him and get out of the KAC.
I can fully understand where you're coming from, but in dealing with the Kansas Fertilizer Institute and the Kansas Grain and Feed Dealers and 4 or 5 others, we always had the feeling that numbers do count. But then again, it's hard to, maybe it is a little hard for justification, Bob. It's a good question. I'm not sure you can arrive at a good answer for it.
Well, when we attended that one, you, Cody and I, and Pika, we posed that question whether we need it. And
What was their response on that?
They said, yeah, KACs,
yeah, it was,
yeah. Of course, they're gonna tell us we need to, what do you think they're gonna tell you?
Well, no, because the KAC is gonna
Yeah.
represent all the counties, whereas
Oh, well,
Whitney's
we may have
representing.
a very.
I'm not sure they do represent all
Well-
the counties. Sometimes there's some controversy on that.
And some counties may not wanna be represented on that particular issue. I think
Maybe it's hopefully it's changed since, Ding Dong got off of there, but he didn't. He had his own agenda, and that's the way they went. It didn't matter what the counties were thinking.
I know if you ask the legislatures themselves at that level, I think most of them will come right out and tell you that they do look at the numbers and do look at the letters that get in, so to me, numbers have got some value, but at what level, I don't know how you arrive at that part of it.
What is old, Ding Dong, what was his name?
Was that front porch not still under warranty?
Guy.
So what?
What was
The
his
front
name?
porch when they
What'd you say?
rebuilt it, wasn't under warranty.
He used to be for the.
I don't.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about it, I can't.
I was asked,
Don will know, but I forget.
The guy.
I know I'd wanna hear it.
Randall.
Randall, yeah.
What's he doing now?
I never heard any discussion at all out there at KAC, so I have no idea what Randall's doing.
Nobody's talking about it.
And at what age he is, you know, he might have been old enough to I know he was set up to retire from KEC in June or July, but they wouldn't take him that last 6 months. So Bob, I don't know what, we don't know what was on behind the scenes.
And then again, if they had reasons to get rid of him, why should they extend it?
Yeah, well, correct, I fully understand that, but the reason was never put out.
Can I request a break?
Nope.
You can request all you want.
Can I take a break?
All you gotta do is get up and walk out.
We're not gonna stop.
You're on break.
Doing vouchers, what is the official protocol for that?
What?
Can we get up and leave at any time?
Different than anything else.
Get up and leave anytime in a meeting if you want to.
But there's also a little bit of discussion going on, so I didn't know what the protocol really was for. I know I've
Take a
gotten up-
break and walk out.
I know I've gotten up and had to take a break before.
No different than if you're not here, as long as the forum's here and the forum, it's not like we're taking action on anything.
If 3 of us get up and walk out, then I guess you can still do vouchers, but you can't
Create a
Can't
step for you.
discuss anything.
I wonder if Wade's got anything for
That's
that.
what I want.
Do you have any idea? I can find out. He was here early, I know.
Yeah, he's someone's in there, they're getting ready to walk out. I can go ask him if you want.
Last time I talked to him last week, I wasn't sure he had anything for today.
Well, I asked him, and he said things go better when he's not in here, so he wasn't gonna come in unless we.
Must have needed.
Oh, why don't you hang them
Sounds like lunch or dinner.
I'll send them back when he gets back. Thank you. Otherwise, I'm gonna be here signing vouchers and you guys be going home.
Cody's about got this stack going.
Figure if we get this back.
You got another group?
I'm sorry?
Have you got,
Yeah, the road and bridge has been there when Michelle brought it in early.
you got them?
Yeah.
No, so get this back and payroll finished up.
Hello? And that is the telemarketer on my work phone.
Oh, yeah.
No, yeah, they'll pick them, any number out there, they'll eventually pick it up.
No, when I had to change my number, it wasn't 24 hours. I got a call about, extended, or that my vehicle's warranty was about to run out, and they wanted to sell me an extended warranty.
On your 1976 truck.
On my 1997 vehicle that has 260,000 miles on it.
Most of the time, it's a vehicle that I don't even have it owned for years.
Well, I didn't wait long enough to find out when the recording answered.
I wish they was on there in person, because when you slam the phone down, it hurts your ears. They're not in person anymore.
That's all right. I got a letter in the mail the other day from, it wasn't Blue Cross, it was another health insurance company wanting to sell me their supplemental Medicare policy.
I'm handing you back
Oh,
to
you look pretty good for your age.
Well,
You're eligible for Medicare.
since my dad and I are both Williams, I
Oh,
got
yeah.
all that stuff ever since I turned 18.
Oh.
Hearing aid coupons.
complicate, I will just stack these here so you don't have to
Okay.
go through it.
Sounds good.
What do you guys have for lunch down here last week during the drill?
Brisket.
Wasn't a turkey sandwich, Bob.
When the dry roast beef sandwich, did you get your corner of the brownie?
Yes. Yes.
I'm sure glad they don't give us more brownies. That's, I don't think I could handle it.
There's one guy up there that you gotta watch him, cause he'll go through all the boxes, they stack the boxes out in the hallway. And you go get your box,
Won't be exerting them.
and he'll rob them of the brownies.
Really?
Yeah, they've caught him a couple of times.
That might be the only good thing in there.
You wanna start on these closures at time?
No, I wanna stand up. Like,
Don and I'll be back pretty quick.
Hey, read what this says, Cody.
You've already signed them.
Yeah, right, I'm just gonna put them in the
mileage.
Gotta do something.
You'll read what this says. Spent the night at Hardee's.
Hometown Pie Company. That's been for the Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, I don't like those pies. She puts that little, stupid little heart right in the middle of every one of them, and you can't cut them. Look at that little heart's right in the way, and it won't, you gotta move it, flip it out of the way, or, because you can't cut it, because it's a little bit tougher than the pie.
You're supposed to eat every one of those before you cut it.
No, I'm not. That's not gonna happen.
No, it's a little dough
Little-
part, sugar covered thing.
I was in a grocery store in Ottawa yesterday, and they had a table that was huge. And I bet it had at least 105 or so pumpkin pies on it. And I thought, man, they're gonna be good by Thanksgiving.
They put enough preservatives in them. They'll hold their color.
I suppose.
I'll bet you they'll fill that table up a second or third time.
Well, maybe they will, but
But that's just a guess.
there wasn't any moving the day I was there.
I saw something on the cooking channel the other day, that a way to, when you cut up lettuce and stuff, something you can put on it that will keep it green.
If they could do that,
No, I don't remember what it was now.
that's what they,
Food color.
that's what they put on meat to keep it looking fresh, and that's, most of the time, that's not healthy.
I think it was Price Chopper in Ottawa had a deal. Basically, whatever it was, whatever deal or sale was going on, and they were giving away pies if you spent so much or something else. But they had a bunch of them in there.
That's where I was.
I've never been in that Price Chopper, but it looks pretty nice from the outside.
It's, they've usually got some pretty good sales. Just gotta
Yeah, my wife likes
have
that
your
store.
list ready and check it before you get in there.
Right there. Cause they got a brand new dental office going in right there, parking lot.
The parking lot of the Orchland.
Orchland's got
Yeah.
something going in.
Yep, dental office.
Is it open yet?
I can't remember. I went by there the other day, but
I was by there a
I
month
did that
ago.
concrete work a year ago.
I don't know when oh, and I got that new one that opened there in Garnett too. Can't remember what used to be there.
Where's the new one at in Garnett? You got Country Mart.
South end of town, dentist office.
Oh, that dentist office.
Yeah.
It's been open for.
Yeah, about a year.
Probably, yeah. And it's been there for a while. I was at the Anderson County Hospital Wednesday last week, first time I'd ever been in that. That thing's, I can't believe as big as it is, and it's only got 12 beds. That thing's got a huge amount of floor space, and there's only 12 beds in it.
Well, that's,
Or 12 rooms, I'll put it that way.
no, 12 beds.
But I think it is 12 beds.
It's for critical access. Emporia, same one.
Going forward the same way now. Those parking places there at the Anderson County Hospital, they get any narrower, you're gonna have to ride a motorcycle. They're about as narrow as parking spaces as a hospital. Had them on an angle to help a little bit, but they're all straight.
I'll catch up with you next one.
It doesn't matter, I can go home and I'm done.
Okay.
Some people still get paper checks.
Mhm. Yes, they do. Telemarketer, huh?
Actually, warranty on my vehicle's expired. I've had that phone since Saturday.
Saturday.
Yeah. Like I say, I didn't even get 24 hours before they got mine.
My warranty on my vehicle's expired when I sold it 4 years ago.
I still get a couple calls a month, sometimes one, sometimes more than two, wanting to consolidate my college debt so I can get it taken care of.
Yeah, I've had that.
Gee, man, it's been almost 60 years ago. I worked 50 hours a week, so I wouldn't know a nickel when I got out of school, other than the vehicle I was driving. How in the world did they come up with that?
No, I didn't. No, I don't think I did. I did not. Sorry.
I had some kind of offer the other day on credit card or something, and anyways, it punched number 1 to talk to our financial expert. So I just punched number 1 for the heck of it. Got this foreign speaking voice on the other end. I just asked him why he was a financial expert, and he hung up on me.
Apple Watch? Okay. Well, tell me, what is one of those?
A little bit of warmth left on that one. Sorry, guys.
Popular today.
Hello. Who do you want to speak with? You have the wrong number.
I'll talk to him.
They were asking for some name, and it wasn't anybody at my house.
Tom's willing to talk to him too.
Well, I've got a reputation for never answering my cell phone or never having it turned on, and so I decided to try to turn it around. And I got a cell phone that I can carry now, and I try to leave it on most of the time. And so far, it's worked for telemarketers.
Yeah.
Boots and boots. Come on.
Yep.
Did you get robbed behind the long line?
Well, there's a story behind it. I tried calling them, and it was busy all the time. And that went on for about 15-20 minutes. And,
Thank you.
so I, decided to go up there. So, anyway. So then it was a fiasco. You what?
Did he look about concerned?
I told her a combo
There's another
combination. So hopefully it's all right, because we were going back and forth from sandwich to sandwich. So.
No big deal. Thank you.
You're
I bet
welcome.
whatever it is will work.
There's some plates and napkins out there. Get these books out of the way.
Anybody want a plate? please.
While you're up, Don, we will take some tea.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to open the ice container. The ice ain't gonna come out that way.
Does this go with that?
Payroll separate.
No, separate.
What about this one, this one?
Yes.
Gave you a smaller container.
I just wanted to add spinach, not just spinach, but whatever.
Oh. Okay, there we go. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I'll eat it.
Sorry, I was at the restaurant a few weeks ago. Couldn't decide where I wanted the Philly cheesesteak or the Reuben sandwich. Waitress came back, so the Philly and fries. Yeah, about 7 minutes later, she brought a bowl of chili.
And fries. Chili and fries.
You got your own answer, or you want tea?
I'll look at you.
Fred, what do you want?
Thank you.
There were some of those on top that didn't match together pretty good.
Yeah, sorry, Katie.
Sorry.
Are all of our boards filled now?
There's
No.
one planning position, but I
There's
think
planning
Dawn's
position
working,
and,
housing
and,
authority.
and a housing authority, and I think I've got both of them taken care of, Bob, I think. Should have a response on that by Monday, or,
Well, I got a guy I'd like to be on the planning.
Kevin Old was gonna do it
On planning?
on the planning, and that's, Lyle Fisher's son-in-law, and then he decided that he didn't have any interest. Well, he decided he didn't have time.
Thank you.
Somebody get,
I think we got everybody on T except yourself, Donna.
did Wade get one?
Not yet.
Hey, Tom, I'll trade you and eat your salad if you want my steak and cheese.
Oh, no, I'm good. I'll live. I like spinach.
Who you got for planning, Don?
What's that?
Don.
Oh,
Who you got for planning?
For planning, Jerry T. Myers, one I run by very briefly the other day, and he's the one that run as commissioner when I did. But I need to re-talk.
I've got a guy that might throw his name in too, so.
Keep in mind, a certain percentage of that board has to reside outside the unincorporated city limits of county.
Of all city limits?
Mm-hmm.
See, I didn't realize that, so I don't know what.
It's so many positions.
Anybody want these, Jeff?
but it's spelled out in the bylaws.
Torrance is outside.
Lyle's outside.
I don't have the hospital updated yet, Mom.
I guess not, there was 2018 on there.
Really?
Yeah. Dunbar, 2018, Dauber.
On which board?
Hospital.
Who shouldn't be on there?
Vanessa Dauber.
Oh, good grief, you're right.
Remember that one, Jim Dale, yeah. Lyle's outside, Brian's outside, Matthew is outside, Torrance is outside. Where's Ethan Rice live?
Outside.
That's outside. Clarence Fry, I don't know Clarence Fry, and I don't know where Weston Fleming lives.
I think he's
So that's
I don't
majority
know.
of
Clarence live in Lebo or outside of Lebo?
in Lebo.
He lives in Lebo.
So about,
Who?
about half of them are
Frenchie Fry.
outside.
Oh,
The heck is that?
I really don't have much more unless you
Wait,
guys
wait.
have any questions, so I'm done with that one appointment. I know you're gonna find in one of the vouchers, and I don't know if we had too much time to talk about it, but, one of our spray rigs here last summer, right there in front of the, right in front of the bank, you probably saw in that park area, there off of 75, the hose blew, and so basically our chemical, our weed kill chemical, had killed about a 2-foot wide strip along that curb and gutter. And so, you'll find basically a bill in there from a cedar that they had to actually go back in and cut that out and then just lay actually the grass turf back in that spot. And, there's a note Jeff had signed off onto it and that sort of thing, so, other than that, that's about it. So, if you guys don't have anything, I'm out of here.
well, we had a question, I had a question
Okay,
on our, we're talking about our boards in general, but I was talking about planning and zoning. Are the members of that board, do they have liability insurance?
not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. I don't believe we have any policies within the county that basically places a liability insurance coverage on.
I'm thinking we should.
I think it's a good idea.
But that board doesn't really make decisions because it always comes to us, doesn't it?
It does,
No.
it does sometimes.
Yeah,
does as the Board of Zoning Appeals.
that's right. The BZA doesn't go before you. But, that's correct.
I would highly recommend that we get something in place.
We probably need to look into that.
Okay.
They're looking.
You
I
anticipate
know.
something coming down?
Yeah, I do.
How do you want to handle that? Go through Angie on that to get insurance?
Yeah, we're
Well,
working on it right now.
Get bonding of some sort? Okay. So, I think it'd be a good idea to kind of spread out that blanket a little bit of coverage for our boards.
I think it would give the board members a little reassurance
Mm-hmm.
to stay on the board.
Yeah.
They may not even realize they don't have any coverage at all.
Well, I think it'd be a good thing to have,
Any good?
so I would agree.
But I think the sooner the better.
And
Yeah.
Italian meat.
Just let us, let Heidi
So
know,
when you go to, do you
whatever they need,
eat
and we'll have them sign up.
anything like that? Do you get like extra hot?
So,
I'm not sure she's listening, but
yeah.
to just let Heidi know what they need.
Okay,
Just let Heidi know whatever you need, I mean, as far as I'm sure their names, their addresses and such as that, and their length of stay onto it. that they would be listed on that policy.
Yeah, they're working on it right now.
Okay, great, great.
Where'd that grinder pump go? What'd you have it, need it for?
We have, there at Jacobs Creek, we have a grinder pump there, it's a lift station. And so we have, one is an extra. And so that's the extra right now that we have in place.
I'm just curious.
Yeah. Well,
that's it for me.
Anybody else have anything for Wayne? Appreciate you coming back,
Thank
appreciate you hanging around.
all right, have a happy Thanksgiving.
All right, same to you, Wayne, take care.
All right. Have a good day.
You do the same.
I'm finally getting a new windshield.
Oh, well, you need it.
Terry's off all week, so he's taking care of it too. I drove his car.
Got some vacation, you gotta use it up.
Uh-huh.
Either use it or lose it.
DLT sucks. I grew up, my grandmother always, she grew her own tomatoes, and I don't know where the baker and stuff from, but that's what we always have, DLT, so. And country
Bacon
ham.
usually comes from a hog.
Yes. My dad, at the house we grew up in, they had a smokehouse in the back that they smoked their own meat. And country ham. I didn't know for a long time how you made the gravy for red-eye gravy. You cook your ham and then you take the grease and you mix some coffee with it. That's it. Have you ever had it?
Not to know of.
Man, it's good. Put it on biscuits and on your ham.
Staying around during the holiday, wait, or you leaving town?
I would leave, but by the time I drive somewhere and drive back, that's 2 days burn, and then if weather hits, then who knows? So I've got a big case next week, and then a trial the following week, and I just need to stick around.
I invited you to our Thanksgiving, and I know somebody else did too. You probably had a lot of invitations.
Yeah, I don't like to intrude on everybody's family event, so.
Wouldn't be.
So, where you'll be setting Saturday game time?
I don't know, the game starts at 11. They play almost every year at noon Eastern time. I wish it was a night game, but I don't know.
I got a 60-inch TV, I guarantee y'all be glued, so.
It's the game.
Yeah. I hope.
Who's playing? Who's playing?
Ohio, Michigan.
That's not the game.
You trying one, dig the bottom one out there, Bob?
Well, I'm trying, but mine's very good. Just get after
You
it.
just got half of it.
I've got the other half.
You want, somebody want a chocolate chip, or just throw it?
Give me that broken one up.
Thank you.
Oh, sure.
I'll just take it there.
Between that game and the Iron Bowl. Iron Bowl Friday or Saturday night.
Auburn,
Alabama.
see that one year where they was gonna try to field goal attempt and missed it, and he caught it, and he ran it all the way to the area. Awesome.
My granddad graduated from Auburn. He got he's an electrical engineer. And everywhere he'd ever go, he'd talk about War Eagle. In fact, the password to his security system, if it ever went off, which it did all the time, because he'd set it off, or my grandmother would set it off, say, War Eagle. So my grandmother owned a cosmetic store after my grandfather retired, and he'd golf. That's all he'd do is golf. And years later, after he passed away, one of the guys that worked at the country club in Bowling Green, Kentucky, would always come into the store and just walk in and just yell out, War Eagle, and then walk out. I remember when I was a kid, I gave my grandfather a rookie card for Bo Jackson football and baseball.
Wow.
So I've got those cards now. That's always a big thing. Half my family, well not half of them, but a good number of them went to Auburn. And then some Alabama, Georgia. Actually, almost all of the SEC.
I don't know how Ohio State does it every year, but they have a championship team every year, it seems like. From way back.
They're not consistent with what Alabama's been. Ohio State's
Didn't their
been,
quarterback go down?
Ohio State's been good. They lost their quarterback with dislocated hip here a couple weeks ago.
So,
LSU's there, and Clemson's there, or 8 or 10 of those teams there about every year.
See that, I think it was for the Ohio game. That running back, I'm telling you, I'm heck with names, I can't never do it. But those things they land on when they pull, you know, they're tall and they're like, this running back isn't very tall, like these pads are up to his chest, and he's standing between them. There's one in front of him, one behind him. He jumps straight up and lands on him
wow,
with his feet.
that's amazing.
I mean, chest high. It's amazing.
Got a little spring in his leg.
The government teacher at I think it's the high school. He's an Ohio State guy. So we're gonna potentially have some, whoever gets the better of Saturday, I think he's gonna have me come in and speak to the government class. So we'll wait until after that game
Hang on the outcome.
to see who has,
Who's wearing what?
yeah.
It'll be an interesting game.
Down.
No, I'll take it.
That's what I thought. but-
Yep.
an 11 o'clock game, you know, that's grounds for a leftover turkey sandwich.
Some years it's tough to watch. I was in Ann Arbor at the game 3 years ago, where Michigan, they looked poised to do well, and
No.
last year it looked like a good year, and that's the most Ohio State's ever scored on Michigan in that rivalry, 62.
So you just turn the channel.
Yeah, it was a struggle.
Find another game.
This year, Michigan's their offense is finally clicking.
Hope it works out.
Got a lot of cases to working on tomorrow, Wade.
Actually, tomorrow's a lighter docket. I thought it was a lot worse than what it is, but in the afternoon I have a hearing that may, so it's gonna at least last all afternoon. I hope not, but that's what it's looking like right now.
Chiefs play the Raiders again?
We're playing Hornets because they're in the division.
Wasn't that the game that they hurt Mahomes? When they played the Raiders?
I don't know what game that was.
I don't know.
The Raiders got taken to the woodshed yesterday.
Yeah. Packers got zapped pretty good last night.
That 49ers team, they're tough.
You know, that first touchdown, when they got that fumble and went in a couple plays, that set the tone for that whole game.
My Lions, they lost to the Redskins, which
Redskins only won a game or two.
that was game number 2, or win number 2. Welcome to being a Lions fan.
Welcome to what?
Welcome to being a Lions fan.
Yeah.
They start out doing well, and then they kind of break your heart.
The Chiefs usually do too.
Yes.
We got Reed, that's what it's gonna be. Taking on a lot of games in season, they can't win the big one.
Mm-hmm.
He's never gonna win the big one.
And then you have Tom Brady and the Patriots
Just win.
beat the number 1 offense.
Number 1 defense, they've only allowed, no team scored over 11 runs. No team scored over 11 points this year.
Yep.
Wow.
They're tough.
They are.
You know, and they got the last draft choice every year, the last 2 or 3.
Yes.
And yet they can maintain winning year after year. So somebody in that coaching system's doing something right.
Bill Belichick.
You can't argue against that success when they always get the last draft check. They're close to it.
Their wide receiver, Julian Edelman, tough as nails.
Sorry?
Julian Edelman, number 11,
Yeah.
tough as nails.
He's pretty tough.
He played quarterback in college.
Yeah.
I got a feeling that.
And he doesn't look like he'd be an athlete, just to look like
He's just he's kind of Wes Welker 2.0.
I think the days for the Dallas Cowboys coach is probably getting numbered now after their last loss.
I just caught pieces of it this morning. Was the Redskins quarterback won his first game ever and really didn't know the game was over, and he was already out there getting a selfie.
Yeah, they were in the victory formation looking for him, and he's nowhere to be found because he's on the sideline taking selfies.
I thought that was funny.
You know where he went to school, right? He's an Ohio State guy. Explains everything, doesn't it? Does.
We had a pretty good break early on when one of our guests wasn't here. We've already done a little bit of roundtable. You got anything from roundtable today, Wade?
How's that saying go? No mail is good mail?
That last thing right there, Fred, is there more than one place for signatures?
Well, I was just watching Tom, and I thought he back.
But I got a whole bunch of things here. And does that list them all in the front?
I think it does.
Okay, well, I think all this stuff goes with it.
Credit card. Yes. All that. Yeah.
You feeling better? Yeah. I felt fine cutting my throat. I got congestion in there. I don't have, no. Becky, what are you up to?
I have a friend
Hi,
of Sheriff.
Becky.
Hi. He is dealing with Ed's retirement right now, so
Okay.
he wanted me to run them up to you guys, see if that's what you wanted, or... I'm gonna go back then. Have a good day.
Okay, thanks, Becky.
Thank you.
I think so, everything. Mine's
Well, the second line with 3 17-round magazines, that was copied and pasted from the first one. That's wrong, because they're buying 50 17-round magazines. So we changed that 3 to 50, and then everything should go together.
Oh, because they're getting 3 with each pistol.
No. They're just getting 50. They traded in 3 with each pistol. But this is the...
Right, yeah, and they traded in 3 15 rounds.
Right. But they're not buying 3 17-round ones, and they're not buying 3 17-round ones per pistol. They're buying 50. No. It doesn't matter what his motion says, the quote has 50.
Yeah, but that's what he's indicating, 3 for each.
No. No. We buying 25. Wait, okay, with mags, and then the extra, 50 extra?
Evidently it's 50 extra.
Okay.
That's the way I take it, still buying 317.
Yep, no, that's fine then.
Is the way I look at it. Because there's a regular, or
There's 3 included.
there's a magazine coming with each gun and he's ordering
50 more.
50 more.
Okay. Never mind. I like it.
So leave it as is?
Yeah. I think everything appears to be all right.
The key thing is, it says that there was a trade-in,
Well,
and it's only 600. To
We
me,
traded
that's the
it
key
in.
thing.
Traded in, we got the quote, the total price.
Just take action on that now, and this motion that Randy brought up here, been corrected.
Let Angie get it typed in.
Based upon the recommendation of the county sheriff, move to purchase 25 Smith & Wesson M&P 9mm model 2.0 semi-automatic pistols with 3,17 round magazines and firearm accessories per quote from Bud's Police Supply, Lexington, Kentucky for $13,069.35 minus a trade-in of $12,405 for a net purchase price of $664.35.
Do you wanna add value right after trade-in? Minus the trade-in value of $12,405?
No, just a trade-in.
Trade-in value.
Yeah, there'd be nothing wrong with adding that there, Angie.
I just think that would explain what it is.
Yeah.
Somebody wanna?
I so moved.
Cody is so moved, anybody entertain a second?
Second.
Tom, a second, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried 5-0.
That wasn't Hogan, that was Big B's. That was, the road and bridge deal.
Yeah, this one.
It was all over road and bridge.
Yeah, Hogan's road and bridge. Okay, there's two different deals too.
Yeah. Electrical sockets.
Slamming foot.
I have a question. When you guys have the Wolf Creek exercise downstairs, do you make your decisions off of the written form that comes through or off of verbal?
Wait until the actual paperwork comes through from Wolf Creek on the conditions.
Okay. Maybe we ought to ask Russell to come out.
That's what the Tuesday, Wednesday, next week. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Ultimate Finish, you got a check here for 21,000. Do they do all their work here in Burlington, or they gotta take some of it elsewhere? Ultimate Finish, vehicle finish on the hail damage?
They do it all right south.
Is it all done out here, Tom, or they gotta take someplace else?
No, I believe it's all done right down here. I believe they rented that building from,
They've had a trailer parked there for, 5-6 months. I thought maybe they had to take some of them out of town.
I do not believe so.
Here's another pump, Tom. Don't know which one he was talking about.
Well, the grinder pump would be the sewer lagoon out of, is that?
Well, this is, yeah.
Probably just a pump from one of the sprayers.
No, I doubt if it's a sprayer because
DC or
it's an AC pump.
These are done unless we need to yak one out.
Okay, thank you.
He's at the landfill getting a message board, but he'll be here as soon as he gets back.
KB3 is the same at Paxson and, at Waverly, same price, but, 1 inch is 32 cents higher. At Paxson.
Something that I could find. You guys are, couldn't have added that 60 cents for fuel bill from Levi Co-op.
Yeah, I have another basket for you.
So they couldn't have added that 60 cents.
I can please get one
to our
basket
fuel
done.
bill. Wage man. Just takes a little while.
Yeah.
I didn't wait until about something like that, same something, never known the difference. Probably if it didn't me and I didn't, in business and big business, nobody, it would just been written off. Taken out. We didn't. You think about how much money the county would save if they didn't buy coffee? A lot. A lot. Over a year's time, it'd be a lot.
Creamer, they come in that. And that's the little things, but
Fred, you had that voucher there for the co-op for fuel.
I'm not sure. That's all good.
Curious here about that one right quick.
What date did Mike got set up for that training drill?
Oh.
This is January.
January 15th.
Co-op, I haven't seen it yet.
How much pull do you think you would have to get your address like that to go with your company?
I'm pretty sure they generate quite a few tax dollars.
I guess. Probably a brand new building, not very old, too. Mid-state's quite a bit higher, huh?
Yeah.
That's not the best, you know, it's 819 for AB3, like. Wow. Yeah.
Well, that's the county's price. If I go in there, it's even higher.
Is today's Ed's last day, or is he working beyond his date?
I don't know.
Said December 1st.
Is it?
December the first.
It would be December first, because then he'll
Last
get,
We can get
he'll get his,
longevity. Yeah.
Okay.
Must be gonna be taken off though. Copy of the motion then for every one of these things.
Oh, no.
That's where they.
And then there's a tab. And it just happened to be just the right shot. So they get along.
Oh, okay. When did you get her? Or,
Yep.
when did you get her?
Last weekend.
So from someone around here, or?
One of the court reporters down in Allen County that I'm friends with had shared a post, and there was someone down in that area that was getting rid of some dogs or puppies.
What kind is it?
She is an English lab. She's the one. Full of energy. Huge difference from my two small old dogs.
Does an English lab have the beaver tail or a pointer tail? Or do you know?
I should know this.
What's a beaver tail?
Oh, it's a little stockier and thick and more flat, right at the base of the tail where it comes out of the body.
Okay.
That's like a rudder when they swim.
Yeah.
I think it may be the beaver tail. Now that I think about it, I've not really looked at the tail.
I had a lab that was a
You think
beaver
it
tail.
is?
Quite
Interesting
a nice
topic.
dog.
Yeah, I thought it was regular.
See if I have a picture of the tail. Not usually the side I
Look at.
that I get pictures of. So that's not a very good, I mean, might show them that, see if that,
It's hard for me to tell from the picture, but.
yeah.
Looks like it might be, but I don't know.
Pass it over here, I'll flatten that tail out. Tail's a tail, isn't it?
Looks thicker than a pointer tail. That's
Does.
puppy even.
I don't need to look at it, Bob. A pointer tail?
There it goes.
Well, the speculation is it's a beaver tail, but.
It's tail.
It's a dog's tail anyway.
Got fur on it.
That's a movie.
Not bobbed.
Yeah.
I've never heard of an English lab before.
So the main difference between an English lab and an American lab, it's kind of like a crocodile and an alligator.
Okay.
The American would be the alligator and the crocodile would be the English, because the English has a shorter snout, and then his legs are shorter, body is a lot stockier and shorter. And I guess they were bred over in England for show and different things over there, where the American was bred as a sporting to hunt and do different things.
You teach it to hunt?
Someone's gotta teach me to hunt. Maybe we can both learn together. Gotta remember where I came from.
I enjoy it, only I don't like getting over them dang fences. Only found, all the miles we walked yesterday, we found one covey of quail. Got my exercise, but.
You walk a long ways down Homer to find a covey of quail now. And here 3 years ago, we thought we was looking at a pretty darn good comeback, but boy, the last 2 years.
Those is a large covey, and
You baby one.
I don't know. It doesn't really matter to me, but the quail, I'm pretty sure I shot. That guy next to me said he shot it, so.
One's probably 3, and he
There
was
was
not
8
right
more to the
here.
right of him, so I don't know, so.
I think
Full
here in
of energy.
Basil,
We did.
Terry shot.
Ryan and 5 of them went out
It's right around here.
and limited it out here last week. They went out around Cimarron, Dodge City, where the Bee Fang, Gray County, where some of those yards are. And they shot their limit.
I haven't heard if he's cooked them yet or not.
Yeah. There's evidently certain areas, evidently a lot of birds out there.
But they all say it's sporadic.
Yeah.
Kind of where you got the hailstorm at, where you didn't get a hailstorm, or.
And like turkeys all around home, our turkey population in their South Lear was almost non-existent.
Hey, I had a question. I was asking
Like,
when you do the drill,
ground thing.
whether you
12
act
road on
on
north, it seems like.
a verbal or whether you wait for the sheet to come out. And they said you all wait for the sheet to come out, and that's the way I remember it. There was some comment up in Topeka the other day about when you should act on a verbal. And I thought maybe, just in conversation, that would be something for you to talk about.
Who's
Ramsey before the drill.
verbal? So,
Well, it's coming direct from Wolf Creek Rep.
so the way it works is, in case, especially the new guys don't know for sure, we get a verbal phone call from Wolf Creek to dispatch. So we get the verbal call from dispatch. Dispatch, as they take it, they tap all the information into the sheet. They hit print, and they bring it to us.
Okay.
So we're going off the verbal from Wolf Creek, but the way we get that is dispatch puts the information on a piece of paper and brings it into my
Well,
office.
the reason I asked is because I know on the drill the other day, we were getting information and from Wolf Creek, and we're acting on it. I wasn't, but they were on the liaison, so I just, there.
Right.
But they were acting on it, and then when we talked to you guys, well, you didn't have it yet.
So
And so there was a delay between the two, and I didn't know whether that would affect the grading on the drill or.
no, it never has in the past. But the other piece of that is if Wolf Creek only has one person making the phone call and they call the state first, then the state's gonna have a 5-minute head start.
Right.
Because then they got a Wolf Creek person hangs up and then calls dispatch. And so, you know, real life, that's the way it has to work because we're not gonna be here. Dispatch is who's here 24 hours a day. And so that's why it is that way. They take the call, and as they're on the phone with them, they're just putting the stuff right in instead of, you know, writing it down. You know, one way they either have to write it down or type it in, and obviously you can read it a lot better when it's typed in. And then they read it back to them. So Wolf Creek says, you know, whatever they say. You know, wind directions from whatever to whatever. Dispatch goes, okay, wind direction is from whatever to whatever, and types it in. Wolf Creek says yes. Then they go to the next box, and the next box, and the next box. And so it takes them, like if you look on our form that we have, they put in the time the dispatcher started taking the call and the time they hang up. You know, it could take 2 minutes, you know, for them to get all that information. So when we're in the county policy group and we say we're waiting for the sheet, maybe that isn't the best verbiage to use. The better verbiage maybe to be used would be, we're getting the call now, we don't have all the information yet.
That sounds better.
Maybe that'd be a better verbiage
More
to use.
positive answer, that's for sure.
Especially when you got somebody up there sitting on our shoulder listening to it.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Mm-hmm. So it's not that we don't act on the verbal call, we do. It's just a matter of taking that information, putting it in a way to transfer it over to the policy group so that we have it. I mean, you know, the only other alternative I know is for when dispatch gets that call, they say, wait a minute, and then call over to the policy group and then say, hey, I'm going to put you on a 3-way call, and then the policy group's listening to it as it comes in,
but that seems a little bit cumbersome.
I think the way you suggested it sounds a lot better.
Who are they getting a call from?
Who are we getting called?
Who is they getting the call from? The state goes on verbal?
We're getting it from the Wolf Creek rep, who's there in the policy group usually. He goes in and out, but he comes in and he tells us something that's coming out later on a sheet of paper. And, there was some discussion about that in a real situation, they would probably go on verbal.
But, and the difference is, you know, especially if, obviously depending on the scenario, and there's, you know, 150,000 different scenarios, but more than likely, we're not gonna be in there. You know, and that's why here, the call goes to dispatch, in the same way with them, they aren't gonna be there. They have what they call a staff duty officer, somebody that takes the phone with them home at night, and that's who the phone call goes to. So whether it's, you know, work day or weeknight or weekend, that staff duty officer is who's gonna get that call. And so then they aren't gonna get the information until they get it back to get the EOC activated. So, but yeah, you know, maybe the answer is just use a little bit different verbiage.
I think that's a good answer, yeah. I think that would be good.
Mhm. I mean, it's been a thing for a long time, you know. And then the other, because dispatch then is the one who holds the code word so that they know it's a legit call. So Wolf Creek brings envelopes down that are sealed, and they're sitting there in dispatch, and they say, okay, what's the word I'm looking for? To verify, you know, envelope number 1, yep, envelope number 1, rip it open, what's the code word? Wildcat, okay. And then they start taking the call. And so, the piece of paper then is the second, then they send it via fax, the information. But ever since 2008, we've had issues with Wolf Creek getting us faxes. Sometimes we don't get that fax hour, 2 hours after the phone call. And so we know we do not wait on the fax. So if that's what they think we're waiting on, we are not waiting on that piece of paper. All we're waiting on is... We're still waiting official notification from Wolf Creek. Right. And it, you know...
Verbal or fax, whichever comes in first.
Right. And, you know, I think worst case scenario that I can think of, it may take 5 minutes from the time, you know, worst case scenario, 5 minutes from the time dispatch picks up the phone, starts taking the call before the information's relayed to the policy group.
Part of the problem is what it's always been, that we do a 3-day drill in less than a day.
Right.
And everything moves faster than it should.
Yeah, that was one of the, Courtney went up to the controller meeting, after meeting on Thursday, whatever day it was after the drill, second day, yeah, Thursday I think. And that was probably one of the biggest things, you know, there's little things here and there, but nothing of any significance. One of the biggest things was, people trying to rush it.
And that's definitely going on.
Yeah, people trying to get ahead of the scenario and not waiting and being patient and letting the scenario play itself out.
Anticipation.
Yeah.
Now this last drill, if it would have played out the way it was supposed to, people were rushing it because it would have went from a side area directly to a general. There wouldn't have been that in between it if people hadn't been rushing it to get it there.
And that's what those...
As soon as they did the side area, they turned right around in Wolf Creek right then and said, whoa, this is a general, this is not a side area.
Right.
Or side areas, I don't think.
Yeah, there was hardly any time between.
Yeah, there wasn't.
And that's, you know, we caught it down here to where we hadn't sent anything out, and we said, well, we're just gonna wait, because there's no sense in sending bang bang. Now dispatch sent out, so dispatch has their call list of people they call, you know, whenever there's an NUE, and then it's longer for when there's alert and then side area in general.
each list, I think the last two are actually the same list, but, so they sent out the side area phone call, which now they're doing it with the notification systems, so all they gotta do is, you know, type the message and hit bang, instead, they aren't making 25 phone calls now. They're letting the computer do the phone calls. But, so they actually sent out their site area, phone call, but we didn't send out the iPaws. Because the other one came in so fast, it was silly to send it out when we knew we were gonna send out another one right away.
Okay, I just thought I'd bring it up, because I didn't wanna bring it up after the drill.
I think we got a better response. You know, saying, well,
We're taking the call now.
Yeah, we're taking the call now rather than saying, well, we're waiting on it.
Right.
That's a better response.
Right. And we won't know that we're taking the call unless somebody goes and checks with dispatch and they say, yeah, we're taking the call. We'll get you the information in a sec.
We're waiting on notification from Wolf Creek. Information from Wolf Creek.
Right.
That's another good response.
And that's the other thing, you never know for sure. If somebody's getting the official known phone call, or if it's somebody that's, say, at the EOF, like a KDHE person that's calling up, oh, but they're going to general, and then that, all of a sudden, they think they're going to general, but the EOF manager hasn't signed that piece of paper yet. Sometimes that happens, but.
That happens a lot, because we know 3 or 4 minutes before it ever happens what's happening next.
Right, because they have to make that decision at the EOF, or where the decision initially is made in the control room, and then once the drill progresses, it might be I believe the TSC can make that call, and then once the EOF is staffed and operating, then the EOF is the one who makes the call. But like Bob said, the EOF manager's sitting there, he's gathering the information, he says, okay, we're going to general, or whatever we're going to, then they gotta fill out their form, and he's gotta sign it, and then that gets handed to the communicators, or the phone call people. Then they start making the phone call to the state and or the county.
And when he
So
said,
everybody is waiting on a piece of paper.
he said, we're going to
Multiple
do
times.
this, and there's 3 other people that it has to go through for approval before he can actually do it.
Before he can sign it.
To guarantee that is actually what it needs to happen.
Yeah.
And that takes a little bit of time.
But yeah, maybe that's the verbiage, you know, we need to use in our policy group is, we haven't got it yet, dispatch may be taking the call now, we'll check. Something to that effect, instead of we're waiting on the piece of paper. Because that gives them the connotation that we're waiting on the facts, and we aren't waiting on the facts.
Because there'll be somebody there listening that will wanna know that it's being handled right, so.
Right. Which, you know, we'll have our female evaluators here too, and they'll be on our end, and they'll see what's going on down here, and so then they all get together, you know, the next day and say, well, what'd you see, what did we see, and then they hash most of that stuff out. But yeah, better to try and get it as right as we can the first time around than have to explain it later.
Thanks for coming in.
Good, thanks for coming in, Russ.
Had to get the sign set up for Santa Claus, so people know to go to the 4-H building next Saturday for Santa Claus.
He's coming?
The 7th. She sent me November 7th, but I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be December 7th.
Anything else for roundtable?
I'd just like to reiterate, I really like, I think Rhonda would like to see us proceed with
Okay,
something.
okay, I think I haven't talked to Ron.
If you guys are not in favor of, you know, the economic development or developmental director, whatever, that person, like say, handling maybe nuisance property complaints throughout the county, then that's fine, but I just know she's ready to see something happen down there.
I talked to her about 2 weeks ago. I don't go in every week like you do, talk to her. Everything was going great, but I think she's ready to
Yes.
kind of move ahead too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of feeling left alone, so to speak, so.
Yeah, and that's not a position we
Abandoned, how you
want,
want
not a
to put it.
position we want to leave her in either, so.
Correct, so.
If there's nothing else coming before the commission today, adjourn at 1:33.
Are y'all going downstairs? or just some of it?
I am.
I'd like to see him start a little bit earlier than 2:00, but.
Well, now that you're done early,
I
sure.
doubt if they will, I mean, that's been set up for him.
I'm sorry?
I doubt if they will, it's been set up for him, I'm sure he's got family and stuff coming in for it too, so.
I gotta go to Salina yet, so I was thinking somebody was just gonna represent us.
I'm going, but.
I'll go. Known Ed a long time.
There's plenty of representation.
How long's Ed been employed? I'd have to look back.
I don't know how long he's been employed. I mean, his kids went to school with my kids, and
Didn't he used to work at Wolf Creek?
I thought he was out there with security. I don't know.
I just thought.
I don't know. I couldn't really honestly answer.
If it didn't all feel like it was mandatory, I might not go.
I'm sorry?
Shut the switch on.